Welcome, live from the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. I'm Alan Steinfeld. Welcome to a very special edition of New Realities, and we're here at the Congressional hearings on September 9th with some amazing guests, speakers who are going to comment on that. I'm really excited. We're going to do a live watch party. We're going to take the camera into the Congressional hearing room. But first, let me introduce some of the co-hosts here. My good friend, Zenka Caro, who will be your online host. I'm here, your live host. And of course, my very good colleagues, Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak, who have been in this field for as long as anyone. Do you want to say anything about your background, JJ and Desiree?
Thank you for introducing us. Yes, we've been involved for more than 50 years. I was a presenter at the First World Congress in 1977 with Dr. J. Allen Hynek and Jacques Vallée. First disclosure in 1995, Washington, D.C., with John Mack from Harvard University and specialists from all over the world. So we're seeing really the evidence come forth, full measure, on this very important occasion.
Well, we're going to be introducing the three witnesses because many people don't know them by name. They're not like David Grush or Lou Elizondo. So, Alan, back to you. Are you ready to go in?
I'm ready to go in, but I want to say I've been here in Washington for a day.
We're losing you, Alan, a little bit. You've got a frozen screen there.
So we have some very exciting things in store. So here I am at the Capitol building, which is a lot more glamorous than the last meeting. This is the visitor center at the Capitol building, but I'm going to go online because we have some very distinguished guests online. There's Danny Sheehan. Hey, Danny, what do you expect from this meeting coming up today? What do you hope for?
Well, I think that the potential news part of it is the three videos. They say they're going to show three new videos that haven't been seen before of UFOs. We'll see how convincing they are. That we don't. Everything's going on behind closed doors.
Mhm.
You know, the question is to whether or not the Senate is going to include the 64-page bill into what they call the management package. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Danny. Tyler was just here. But we're all here.
Okay, good.
So you're in the right place.
Good.
What's your impression of Burleison? You've been with Burleison directly.
Yes.
How sincere is he about the UFO issue?
Oh, he's very sincere. He approaches it from the point of view of transparency primarily, and that it's completely unconstitutional for the executive branch to be lying to the Congress, kind of at a minimal level.
Right.
And for them to be concealing this kind of a extraordinary set of information that they've got.
Right.
I think he's quite convinced that in fact it's true.
Mhm.
There we go.
You know, Danny's a
Great.
important person. This also,
Good. There. Thank you.
what do you think of today's witnesses? How much that?
Well, it's interesting that we'll see, but the bottom line is that it's still more of I saw this thing in the sky.
So we're not getting direct witnesses.
It's it doesn't seem to be that there are people that have been directly involved in the reverse engineering program or the recovery program.
Why aren't we getting these people in front of Congress?
It's an interesting question.
Well,
There's 40 of these folks that have got direct firsthand knowledge of the
I
program,
want to talk to them.
and they ought to be.
Yeah, they are.
presenting them publicly.
And why do you think that's not happening? Besides it being an interesting.
Well, primarily because I think the two things. I think that the driver of this entire process is still the national security state. It's not really the Congress. The Congress is responding to the initiative that's being taken from deep inside the national security state to try to release some additional information. We don't know how much, but it's still their call.
So Luna and Burleison are not really in charge.
They don't have the subpoena power until the statute is passed. If they're willing to pass the statute that provides subpoena power, then they can do it.
That's the UAP amendment that's in front of.
That's right.
Oh,
That is
okay.
right. So that's the muscle is in the statute.
Right.
And until the statute is passed, They can do hearings. They can ask people to voluntarily come and appear. You know, but the second factor is the lack of any kind of truly effective protection for the whistleblowers.
Right. So if they have subpoena power, who do you think they should subpoena?
Jay Stratton.
Okay, let's get him on there.
How's that for a direct one? I mean, he was the head of the Advanced Weapons Special Access Program.
Right.
He has already acknowledged, though not publicly yet, that he's been in the physical presence of a verified non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft,
Right.
and that he's been in the presence, seen with his own eyes, the non-human beings.
Oh,
Okay, so he's got that information.
I want to talk to him too.
But the bottom line is that without a truly effective whistleblower protection statute, he realistically is concerned that his career would be over.
Well, who's ruining the careers of these people? Who is threatening the whistleblowers? That's what with people we have to name.
There's an element, obviously deep within the national security state infrastructure, that are choreographing this.
Who are these people? Those people should be subpoenaed.
Let me see. I've got a list right here, but I'm not at liberty to discuss who they are.
Do you have a sense of where President Trump is on additional declassifications this year?
Well, he said that, as soon as he gets elected, he's going to issue an executive order ordering them to release all of it, which he hasn't done.
Yeah.
So that we know that. I mean, anybody who can guess where President Trump is on anything at any given moment is better than I think anybody in this line.
Yeah.
Or inside this room.
Yeah. I have to explain. I'm
Nobody knows.
from Poly Market. We're a prediction market. So we have a market. Will Trump declassify any additional UAP files by the end of the year? That's at 16%. Trying to find out if the events today send it higher or lower.
I hear you. I love the metrics involved. So we'll see. The bottom line is, depending upon what your position is on Trump, that we have to try to figure out how to explain to him how this is a benefit to him. What's in it for me?
All right. So that is Danny Sheehan. Any comments from the Hurtaks on what we just heard with Danny?
I think he's right on target. There's 18 different intelligence groups. The whole spectrum has to be covered by one at the top. Stratton would be the key person. And Danny knows from his years of working behind the scenes with John Mack, others of importance, that this is a crucial moment to bring forth the leading thinkers, not only with the deep state, but also with foreign policy.
And I have to say, I agree with Lou Elizondo. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So this is one more track, a run around the field, and we're getting closer and closer.
I have one more person I want to talk to here. One of our good friends, Stephen Basset. Hey.
Well, he's getting that going there. I just want to say
here. Do you have anything to say, Zenka, about what Danny was saying here?
Well, I was just filling time as you were getting settled in there. But yeah, the Witness Protection Act happened in '89, but it didn't cover military intelligence. And 10 years later, in '98, it came back around, but it still wasn't giving them the protections that they needed. So even in the 1998 witness protection, they were not protected against losing their job. So
right.
I mean, this has got to happen, or else no one's going to come forward, because it's more than losing your job and your bank accounts and all that stuff. Because
Actually,
we've heard them talk about two different types of things: one where it's official, and one where it's unofficial, where all of a sudden all the bank accounts and the things that get scrambled. So there's a lot going on the surface and then also in the background. What were you going to say, Desiree?
Yeah, I was saying Dylan Borland, who's one of the talks, speakers today, he said even the veterans benefits for these people are taken away. So, I mean, that's really.
I don't remember.
Taken away.
Let me just,
10 years ago in Washington, 1995, John Mackay and others were opening the doors to this discussion, which never happened. We showed evidence from Africa, from South America, from areas where indigenous people describe these unusual flying technologies. We now acknowledge as UAPs.
but I just want to go back to Danny Sheehan for a second.
Okay.
But he's not obliged to accept any of the nominees. You know, so there's an extraordinary amount of stuff even in the statute that everybody's advocating. You know, the UAP control disclosure. So there's lots and lots of discretion on his part.
When is that up for vote, the Disclosure Act?
It's up for votes right now. That they're trying to get a rule for in the House side. It has to go through the Rules Committee, and they assign a rule that puts it on the floor for a vote. That means that the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has to approve that.
Right.
Which means that he's going to call Trump and ask Trump whether Trump approves of him doing it.
And you think he would?
Distraction from the.
Right.
Well, it depends on how big of a distraction he thinks he needs right now.
You need
You know,
to
this,
use
the big-
distraction.
this is the big one. This is the big candidate. I know that Stevie Basset, you know, is really locking in on that one.
He just got 80,000 views on a YouTube I posted where he talked about the way out for Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, to be the disclosure president and try to salvage his legacy.
But what's the chances of it passing in the House, do you think?
If it can get a rule and go onto the floor, it's like 95% likely. I think that out of the 435 members of the House, we'll get 400 votes.
And then once it passes the House, then what happens? That's
Well, once it gets a rule,
yeah.
and it's got to get through the Speaker of the House. It's got to get through Mike Johnson,
And
which means it's got to get past Trump.
right.
So that's the.
And then does it go to the Senate after the?
The Senate will pass it concurrently. You
Oh,
know, so that, and the question over on the Senate side is whether it's going to get put into what they call the management package. And that is that the leadership of both parties say, here's stuff that's going to go into the National Defense Authorization Act, coming mainly signed off on by the Senate Intelligence Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. Right. Once they've approved of it going into the National Defense Authorization Act, it'll go in. But that hasn't happened yet either. So all of this is happening in the next 10, 20 days. So, because it's all leading up to the September 30th date, where the statute that was passed in 2023, the 23-page bill, has ordered the 6 U.S. military services, the 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, and all 32 of the United States Defense Department agencies that are understood to be in possession of this UFO information to turn it over to the National Archives. And that date is now set for September 30th.
well, that's
So
exciting.
that's a really operative date that people are kind of forgetting about.
Right.
So that the clock is ticking on that one.
So you're a person on the road, I mean, in Washington, making sure it happens. I know, what's your role here? I guess I'm asking.
I'm number such and such in line. That's how I'm a regular
No,
citizen.
but as a lawyer, aren't you here meeting with people?
Yes.
And what are your meetings about, if you don't mind
Well,
telling us?
we're trying to get enough pressure put on Mike Johnson, but Mike Johnson he's conceded complete control over his decision making to Donald Trump.
All right.
And so that we're trying to get the pressure on. But the problem is that Donald Trump doesn't really respond to pressure on the part of the citizens.
Right.
And that's why he's still fighting back on the Epstein thing. You got millions and millions of people jumping up and down with their hair on fire over the Epstein thing.
Right.
And he still hasn't ordered it to all be released.
Well, because he's all over the.
Well, we don't know yet.
Okay.
But so I'm saying is that this is a test. This is a test for democracy itself. You know, as to whether or not we really as citizens have any effect upon policy, you know, because these two issues, the Epstein issue and the UFO issue, is overwhelming citizen demand that
Right.
this information be made public. And still you have everybody kind of swirling around in the Congress trying to figure out whether they're going to do it or not.
Well, Luna's for it. I mean, she's
Yeah.
quite an advocate. Have you met with Luna?
Yes.
And what was your response?
She clearly wants this done. She wants this done. Burleison wants this done. The members, there's 11 members of the task force on the declassification. They all want it done. A majority of the people on the House Oversight Committee want it done, but none of that makes any difference.
But what do you think Luna knows? Because she asked questions about interdimensional beings and interdimensional. That's pretty out there for a congressional person.
Well,
What does she know?
as of right now, the repository of the really intense information is over on the Senate side. It's in the Senate Intelligence Committee. They've got the witnesses who've been sworn under depositions and have given closed door testimony already about the reality of the UFO craft, the reality of the back engineering program, the reality of the capturing program, of their capturing UFOs.
Right.
And the fact that they're trying to make a weapons system out of it, you know, and that they've got bodies that they've now tested and verified as non-human. All of that information is in the hands of the Senate Intelligence Committee, but they haven't made it public.
What's stopping them from making it public?
The threat of the national security state, that anybody who supports that is going to discover, you know, mystery money appearing in the campaign against them. The next session.
That's
And it's a criminal covert operation that's going on from deep within the national security state infrastructure. They've been authorized to do it for decades outside the country to other adversary groups. And lo and behold, it's come home to roost.
who's authorized them to do this? Where's the origins of that national security?
There's the National Security Act of 1947, but that was in September of 1947. But in March of 1948, there was an order issued by the National Security Council. Interestingly enough, giving them authority to engage in covert operations against foreign adversaries.
That's the CIA.
The problem is that this national security state used the citizens of the United States to be in that category of kind of foreign adversaries.
Right.
And so that they're now thinking they're entitled to direct all of those kind of covert operations against the citizens and against the members of Congress.
Right.
People warned them ahead of time.
Isn't that illegal?
It's illegal, unconstitutional, criminal. There's a long list of adjectives that you can.
Can't these people be arrested for this?
Yes,
Well, why aren't they?
because the authorities that would order their arrest are also subject to control by the national security state.
It doesn't sound like democracy to me.
Well, it probably, because it isn't, you know, I mean, that's good hearing. The fact of the matter is this is a fundamental and profound compromise on democratic principles.
Right.
And the worst part of it is that everybody knows that.
So how do we change it, Danny? You're the lawyer here.
By a popular uprising.
Okay.
You know, you're starting to see something like that with the Epstein release.
Right.
It's a citizen uprising against it.
That's
And
what
you
we
can
need.
see that has some effect. That they actually get a fright. What they can do is they can turn to the national security state people and say, look, I got to do this. I've got to do this or I'm out of office and then I won't be here to do whatever it is you want.
Right.
So they're a dual threat. There's the threat from the national security state to oust them from office. There's the threat from the citizenry to oust them from office. What we have to do is we have to be able to be superior to the threat that's being posed by the national security state to them.
We need numbers. That's what your institute is about.
We need education, we need grassroots organizing, we need mobilization, we need all this. But this is a great test for democracy. This is a great test for democracy. And it provides textbook training for all the citizens. So we have to get as many people that are interested in watching who's playing the Saturday football games, you know, being interested in what's going on in Congress.
Exactly.
If they want to get this information.
Thank you for your work, Danny. We appreciate it.
Hey, Alan, can we ask him about AARO and the whistleblower program and how it's been dealt with? Because there's a lot of concern over how that went. So in 2023, AARO was open, people were supposed to be able to come forward, but that didn't happen. So there was a huge breakdown in that process, which is why we're here today with what we're dealing with. So
Let me ask Danny about the AARO situation. What do you want me to ask him exactly?
yeah, so well, if he's busy too, we can wait to ask him. But basically, I want to find out what the breakdown was. There was a very heavy complaint on the whistleblower side as to how AARO was being handled and how their testimonials were being dealt with.
Well, we agree with Zenka that basically most people don't feel it, even though they've reported to AARO, AARO hasn't taken it anywhere. So ask anyone who feels about AARO.
Yeah, the conclusion was that there was nothing to see there. So these people came forward, Grush and all these people, and then the conclusion was, oh, there's nothing to see here.
Okay.
So a lot of people.
I just want you to talk about the expectations for the. Well, I have Steve Basset here. I want to just ask him what he hopes for today's hearings.
Perfect.
This is going to surprise a lot of people. The written statements are already out. You can find them if you do a search, written statements for the UAP hearing, September 9. They're good testimony. It's going to be interesting, but there's one particular moment that you got to watch for, and it will be the first time it's ever happened. When George Knapp testifies, he is going to mention his research in Russia a number of years ago, where he got evidence confirming that several nuclear ICBM sites in the Soviet Union were shut down with a craft overhead. It's the first time the shutdown of nuclear weapons anywhere has been brought under oath to the Congress. Now, Bob Salas is going to be in the audience as a reserve member, and he's meeting with Burleison tomorrow to discuss his firsthand with testimony regarding the shutdown of witnesses, and the other witness is ready to testify. This may open the door finally to get a full hearing from 4, 5, 6 nuclear shutdown witnesses, including SAC base officers as well as security guys who were up top, not down in the silo, watching the missiles turn off, but up top with the craft over their heads, some of them running around screaming. Later, some found virtually curled up in a ball. They were so scared. So that's George Knapp. So watch for that. The rest of the testimony is going to be quite good.
And what's the importance of knowing that the UFO and nuclear weapons are connected? How does that push disclosure?
There is no more important thing that we know about this phenomenon, as far as I'm concerned. I dare somebody to come up and say, no, this is more important than the fact that on repeated events where they shut down all the nuclear weapons at several ICBM flights in the United States and in the Soviet Union.
Right.
So why? We need to know that. What do the people that were there think about it? Was it a message? And we, of course, were allowed to turn them back on. So if somebody has a better aspect of the ET presence than that in terms of the global implications, I'd like to hear it. And this testimony they've been trying to get in front of the hearing 30 years, and they have been blocked in every possible way short of being, I don't know, disappeared. The DOD is petrified that any of these gentlemen who were SAC-based officers with the keys to turn the missiles to launch a nuclear war, they don't want them to testify because that's going to be a huge problem for the Department of Defense, which is why they gave this unbelievably awful article, offered it up to the Wall Street Journal, who then took it hook, line, and sinker and published two articles in the Wall Street Journal trying to explain away in an absurd fashion the nuclear shutdowns. It was embarrassing. They will regret it. But that gives you an idea how concerned they are about these men testifying, but they're going to testify.
So what do you think of the other witnesses coming in today? What's your opinion?
Some firsthand,
Yeah.
all very interesting testimony and helpful in this process. The fact that everybody is waiting for some incredible witness to come in with unbelievable stuff, maybe even bring a body with them, put it out there for all to see. They're not understanding. These hearings are not about getting all the stuff out. That's post-disclosure. That's what the UAP Disclosure Act is for. It's about getting information in front of the public under oath to help pave the way for the president to disclose and confirm the ET presence. And then the things that people want now will start coming out after disclosure, after confirmation, via the UAP Disclosure Act in an orderly fashion. That's what's going on. So everybody gets upset. Well, that witnesses didn't, and they didn't do. Folks, I've been at this 30 years. It took 25 of those years before we were even getting in this zone. And before that, there was 50 years where this kind of stuff was not happening. So I appreciate your patience, but just hang in there. We're going to get this done.
Thank you, Steve, for all your work. Any final comments, like where it's going to go from here? You think what's the next step?
Well, there's going to be more witnesses coming forward. There's going to be more hearings. The UAP Disclosure Act looks like it has a decent chance to pass the House and the Senate and become law, the full act. Watch for that. So yeah, this September may be the watershed month. But there's other things happening in the world that could not derail, but certainly sidetrack a little bit. So let's keep our fingers crossed.
Thanks, Steve. We'll come back to you after the meeting,
Sure.
maybe. Okay.
Happy.
Okay. Any comments by our panelists about some of Steve's comments?
I agree completely with Steve. As you know, Al and I had the opportunity to meet with the famous Soviet specialist, Marina Popovich, and I received a picture from her of one of the alien bodies, which I'm willing to present if the time is appropriate at the proceedings. We do know on the highest levels, the Russian government, the Chinese, all governments have, shall we say, not decided to disclose things they feel would be troubling to human civilization. On the other hand, the indigenous peoples of the world, from Africa, South America to Australia, believe in their traditions. There will come a time when we will understand the sky nations, the sky people. I believe this is the appropriate time for space law, for disclosure, for a whole new psychology that will give people hope, direction, and endurance we need as a human race.
And I'm so glad that Salas is going to be there, because the anti-nuclear side of extraterrestrials have been proven from Detwaters to Maelstrom. And now, as he said, George Knapp will bring it out for Russia as well. I think in Argentina, nuclear power plants have had UFO sightings, and Fukushima as well.
Let me get Chris Bledsoe right here on the line and see what he has to say right here. Hey, Chris, what are you expecting from today? Great to see you here.
Glad to be here.
What do you expect from these hearings?
I hope that we move the ball down the court towards public disclosure or awareness. I think disclosures here, we're in post disclosure, but it hadn't hit the mainstream yet.
What do you think your contribution is? Because you're one of the major forces these days in the UFO field. How do you contribute to this overall picture?
Because I'm connected to the phenomenon and have been for 18 years. My life's goal is to just share it with everyone and show the world we all have that power, that connection, that we can interact with this on our own.
What do you think the message of this phenomenon is really about?
To awaken and to save this world. If we don't awaken and get rid of the division, we're going off the cliff. It's just evident to everyone, and so this phenomenon is aware of that and is trying to wake us up. That softens the heart of people when they start interacting. It's a really big deal.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Chris has been one of the leaders in this field recently, and I'm here with Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak.
Two of my favorite people.
There you
My
go.
wife loves you guys too. So.
Unmute, Desiree, unmute, because and then Zenka,
Not
who's
Chris.
Hi, hey, JJ, Desiree. And
Zenka,
Zenka.
do you know Zenka from
No,
Sedona?
I haven't
Zenka,
met her.
we got to get him in what you're doing with the Purpose Lab.
Yeah. And Sharon, good to meet you.
Yeah, no, they're live streaming this from around the world
Oh, wow.
to the audience here.
Yeah.
I'm here with Anna Estevez. What is your role in this, Anna? What's your interest in this?
Well, there's just so many interesting things that are coming out of the engagement with the phenomena. So just really appreciate that so many people are pushing forward the understanding of what can be taken forward from this.
But what was your job in the government or?
Well, so I used to lead energy and space technologies and some interagency work, national strategies and digital assets and space technology.
Great, thanks.
And so there's plenty of people in the government who really appreciate the phenomena and they're, they just move forward with what can be done, what can be built. So we used to hold open, public, interagency and private sector meetings, quite a bit of.
So is there progress in the government with this phenomena?
I think it's similar to society. So there's, if we go out to our families, to the streets, it's a significant percentage of people that are open and are forward. And then there are other people that it's, outside of their worldview or what they might need to focus on right now. So it's probably a similar mix to what you see in society.
What's your personal belief about the phenomena? What do you think they're here? Who are they? What's their reason for being here?
I think it's important for everybody to discern, but it's probably quite a mix, so it's not a one or the other type response, I would say.
Thanks for being, good to see you. Yes, all right. So there's some of the people here on the line and Zenka, we're building a community here, you can see, with all these people. I'm going to see what Jim Garrison has to say too, okay?
Right, because I was just gonna say a lot of them are gonna talk about triangle craft, which have traditionally understood to be what Steve Basset is calling.
Oh, let me just eavesdrop here on the conversation
Okay,
with
good.
Jim Garrison and Danny Sheehan.
Jim, this guy right behind you.
Oh, no.
It's a really good question.
Oh, I know.
Interviewing Danny and he's asking the best question.
Oh, but like, how do we get to the bottom of this thing? Like, you've been working on this for years. What do you think's going to happen with this hearing? Anything?
I think it's a small, important step in a direction that is inexorable.
What is that direction? What's your vision for the future? I know you're hosting the State of the World Forum, but what's your big vision for the disclosure and what will that mean to civilization?
Well, I think we're in the midst of the most important milestone in human history. We're being told by the US government fitfully with many circumlocations around veracity that we are not alone. That extraterrestrial intelligences are here. We've had communication and contact for many, many years. And the important milestone that I think that we're in is that the cat is out of the bag and the government is less and less relevant.
Right.
The reality is that it is the people that now know the truth. The people now need to make contact. And so I support the hearings. And that's why I'm here. But I don't think that's where the action is. The action is among people now making direct contact with extraterrestrial beings. And that's what we're doing through the State of the World Forum at Ubiquity University. I think disclosure is way past government legislation or government hearings. They're falling farther and farther behind.
In December, you're hosting the State of the World Forum. What is the purpose of that whole conference that you're doing?
The purpose of the State of the World Forum is to, at one level, to integrate the UAP disclosure issue with other world issues. That's never been done before. Normally, you have conferences like Contact in the Desert or the MUFON conferences, but they're always held in isolation. And then the major conferences like Davos or Clinton Global Initiative or the UN or the World Bank don't have anything to do with the issue. So the State of the World Forum is going to bring both of them together. And it's going to be bringing them together around one question. And that is, how should humanity at this moment elevate its consciousness so that it can creatively respond to the four most fundamental truths of our time. Number one, that we're all facing accelerating planetary ecological collapse. Number two, that we're all experiencing deepening instability and turbulence at every level of human affairs. Number three, that we've just unleashed exponential artificial intelligence. And number four, ETs are here.
And taking all that together,
If you take all those together, what emerges are four intelligences: human intelligence, nature intelligence, artificial intelligence, and
hey, thank you. Okay.
Cosmic intelligence.
Yeah,
That
Zenka.
Number 5, or 4, depending how you're cutting the cutting edge discussion, cosmic intelligence.
Anyway, how do you?
Right, cosmic intelligence. What's that?
How do you know so much? I mean,
Well, I've been studying. I haven't wrote a book about it.
what's your role?
I'll show it to you. But we're Making Contact is my book. Have you gotten a copy of it?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, I'm happy about the State of the World Forum. I expect a lot of people there.
Well, yeah.
You can buy it. But anyway, what I was saying, I have JJ and Desiree here on.
Yeah. So we'll just pick up for a minute while he's walking in. And I agree with you. Actually, the Dylan Borland, one of the witnesses,
They'll be speaking today.
was the one who
Okay,
actually.
we're going inside
go.
the Congressional hearing room.
But actually, if you want to look at it, Wiggins is the one.
Thank you.
Or the.
You do want to what, you said?
Tic Tac. And the whole point of Nuccetelli is the square, the red square, the black square vehicle. So they're all three different types of vehicles. I think this is really interesting.
And all three of these individuals have had more than 25 years of experience. So we're talking about senior experts behind the scenes dealing with issues that are new for the first time, describing gigantic geometric forms that have appeared under a variety of situations that have been troubling to military intelligence.
So if we can just give you a backup for some of the people you're going to be hearing about. Of course, we mentioned George Knapp. He's really more of a journalist. There's people putting on their badges to be able to go in. But also Jeff Nuccetelli, he's been in the Air Force actually 20 years. And he started when he was 18 years old. His grandparents saw a UFO, which got him really interested. But he actually never saw anything until like much later. He was security specialist in 1999 at Vandenberg Air Force Base. What's interesting, we worked with astronaut Gordon Cooper, who was at Edwards. These are both bases in Southern California, we'll say north of Santa Barbara, almost parallel to each other, but still just about under 200 miles from each other. And Vandenberg, of course, they shoot off a lot of rockets, but this guy was the security specialist. And one day he came back, actually October 14th. You're going to hear a little bit of it in 2002. And all his friends and all the people around there had seen this large, what they call red square. So pretty amazing situation in terms of that. And they reported it. He was in on the reporting. And then later on, I think shortly after that, the people in the evening saw a black square or dark square. And these things, the red square, they think was something like, they call it 100 yards, which is like 900 square feet. So huge, huge, huge.
Gargantuan forms suddenly appearing over military bases.
And much later, then also at about that time, he was out because he wanted to see it. And he saw at one point, he was able to see also some strange lights. All these came from the ocean. and then came on to the one landed. All these had multiple witnesses, never one witness.
Suggesting that the cosmic others are using our oceans as platforms to take inventory of what we will call a technological slide towards self-destruction by the major powers of planet Earth. This is something known also to the indigenous nations. We've worked with elders of the Hopi, the Zuni, and the Mescalero, as well as the Xavante of Brazil, who claim that the Sky Nations are coming back because we as a human race are destroying Mother Earth.
But we know Vandenberg is really one of the top Air Force bases, really for our missiles as well. I remember living close by there and you could see things going on. But he said, being security, they know everything going on and they tested everything. And there was no way that there was any one of these things that were seen by multiple witnesses, even subcontractors, those with Boeing Aerospace, who reported the main one, the red square.
Tom
Had anything to do with that.
Hey, I'm just here with Tom Eddington, who's working with Jim at the State of the World Forum. How's it looking for you, the development of the State of the World?
It's been an interesting process over the last 9 months as we've been trying to pull together the speakers, the program, the funding, the location, dealing with all the turmoil and chaos happening in the world, and knowing that this is the right thing for us to be doing. So it's been a test of my patience and an opportunity to continue to make a difference in the world.
What's your official job there?
I'm the vice president.
You've known Jim for a long time? How'd you
Yeah,
get that job?
Jim and I have known each other for about 4 years now. We met when I was a guest on the Humanity Rising broadcast, and I've been co-producing shows with him over the last 3 or 4 years.
What's your background?
I have a background in conscious leadership and working with organizations to help their leaders develop as conscious leaders and to bring more conscious leadership into the world.
So what's your hope for the State of the World Forum? What do you want it to accomplish?
Over the next 6 years, our intention is to elevate human consciousness, to move us from our adolescent stage of development to our adulthood, and in the process, create a paradigmatic shift in humanity.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
had some things to say too, but go ahead with you, Desiree, about the witnesses.
Well, we were talking about, that was just Nuccetelli, and then I want to say that Chief Alexandro Wiggins, who's actually, he calls himself not a whistleblower because they never signed anything or did anything like that. He actually was a witness. He's the main, I would say, in a certain sense, witness, although Dylan Borland has seen some stuff and so did the other one, but very briefly. But he's the one that's following the second Tic Tac. So San Diego, everyone remembers 2004. There was the first Tic Tac, and then in 2023, actually February, was the witness of what the Chief Wiggins has seen.
So we're talking about a paraphysical physics that violates the laws of thermodynamics. We're talking about consciousness psychology that's the missing key to bringing people together to understand something that's very advanced and where we are in the overall evolutionary scheme of things.
Right. So Wiggins himself is a chief radar specialist. He was aboard the USS Jackson in Southern California by San Clemente, same area, as I said, as the 2004 event. And also, in addition to that, when he saw these vehicles on the radar inside the boat, he actually ran out to see them. Hey, can I see this live? And he saw it on the horizon, and then he went back and looked. He said on something called a Sapphire system, and then he saw that there wasn't just one. Then they saw 2 on the radar, and then eventually they saw 4 on the radar. And this was on the radar. I mean, it wasn't just them in a sense. It was, everyone who was around there recorded this. So it was pretty amazing. And then he also, before that time, because I don't know how much these people are going to be able to say, in 2019, he was on the USS Omaha also in California, and they saw 14 objects circling the USS Omaha. So that's a pretty amazing thing that's this guy. That's why he calls himself a witness. They never recorded it. They said the boat didn't need to report it because it was far enough away and they didn't feel they were in danger. They only needed to do it if they did.
So this is USO subcraft out of the oceans. A whole new chapter that Richard Dolan and others
Of the Tic Tac.
are bringing out into discussion. I did want to say I had the ever unique opportunity to work with Russell Targ and Elizabeth Rauscher at Stanford Research Institute, where we collectively authored a book called Mind Dynamics in Space and Time, which is the ability of scientists and engineers to use their higher powers of the mind to begin to work with other levels of cosmic intelligence. This is the missing physics, the so-called X-Files.
But let's go on now to the final one, which is Dylan Borland. And he's the one, I believe, with the triangular object. What did you hear about that, Zenka?
Well, I'm just interested because a lot of people in our community believe that the triangle crafts are reverse engineered crafts, that they're our own crafts. So it's interesting that we'll be talking about disclosing something that we built, perhaps.
Well, this guy was actually seeing it over Langley Air Force Base. And many of us, as Dr. Hurtak said about the remote viewing, many people know that Langley is kind of high up echelons in terms of government of Department of Defense and CIA and whatever else. I mean, we're not really disclosed to all that. But he was a 1N1, I guess they call it, geospatial intelligence specialist. He was an expert on radar, video analysis for the U.S. Air Force from 2010 to 2013, and advanced electro-optical imagery. So when he saw these things, he realized this is something, and I actually think that it is back engineered, but I think there are real spacecraft. It's almost like the drones over New Jersey. Even I think Jeff Nuccetelli says, there's some of it is us and some of it's them at this point. So I like to go back to the 50s or something like astronaut Gordon Cooper, who in 51 saw a whole flotilla over East and West Germany. And also an interesting thing is that in, 1957 in Edwards Air Force Base, and Gordon Cooper told us this because we were friends of his and supported a book by Cindy Sheldon on this, but that there was a landing, an actual landing.
That he saw with his eyes. He's the leading pioneer astronaut. So he has written in this book called Leap of Faith. The government has to come out of a box and tell people the truth. We support his declaration. We support the need for public disclosure, but also a way that this is bringing out a new anthropology as well as a new consciousness cosmology.
Also, Nuccetelli has, because he was a security specialist, he got a report that one of the vehicles coming off the ocean also landed temporarily at Vandenberg Air Force Base. So basically, it's not unusual, even from 57 to 2003, that vehicles literally land on our Air Force bases that aren't ours. That's really scary.
I know, that is such an important case. Hey, Zenka, I just want to ask, are we being streamed to my YouTube channel?
Yes, everything's working. And if you can watch your mute like you've been doing when you're stepping aside, that's perfect. But everything's been going.
Oh, how do I see it on my YouTube channel?
Just go to your YouTube channel. It's
Okay. Did you do that already? Have you done that?
We're watching it for you, actually. We got to go.
I wanted to say a few things about the context of the UAP Disclosure Act. So this was an act that was put in place in 2023, really to deal with this situation. So it said that, okay, we've got to disclose this in 300 days or 25 years. Witnesses are going to be able to come forward. All this information is going to come out. But what's happened since then is this gradual eating away of the original intention of the original act. So what happened is they removed this board of 9 people that was independent where the witnesses could come to, and they said, okay, no. Instead, they rewrote it so that they would have to come to the DOD or AARO. And we all know that that wasn't working out so well for the witnesses. They also took out all the information about, this will be 25 years or 300 days. And they also took out the eminent domain clause. And this is very important because the eminent domain said that in 2003, with this UAP Disclosure Act, that all the materials and the craft stuff that we had found was going to go back to the US government. And they also took that out in these last 2 years. And now it's gone back to being in the hands of whatever contractor found them, right? So I think right now we're settling back into this 2025 UAP Whistleblower Protection Act, which we're dealing with today. And this idea that we've got to figure out how these information flows are going to work, right? If this is actually going to come forward. So they also were going to do a huge public, records of all the UAP stuff that was originally in the UAP Disclosure Act bill, and that is now not promised in what's coming through. So the only other things that I'm really wanting to double click on is what Steve Basset just said. If testimony comes out again and more clearly on the record that the UFOs are not belligerent, that are perhaps hoping to help us not destroy ourselves with nuclear weapons, if they have been shutting down these sites, that is significant, because this is all a story in how they're telling it. And this is a very calculated story that they're very carefully letting out of the box. So it's interesting because they know what's going to be said today. Everyone knows what's probably going to be said today. So it's interesting that that element of the story is going to be showcased today.
Yeah. Well, I think Danny Sheehan has helped, Representative Luna has helped, and also Representative Burleison has helped to get this bill back into the law to allow.
We're going into the room here. We're going into the.
We need your video, Alan.
I know.
Okay. Anyway, that hopefully the idea of these people, 40 people, as I think Danny said initially, could and are willing to come forward as soon as this stuff drops away, that they won't lose their jobs, lose their money, be arrested, lose their medical, lose their pensions, lose whatever. They need to have that non-disclosure gone away, and then we will have a whole different reality.
So everybody must smell the coffee. Everybody must understand there's two flying saucers, one of their coffee shelf and one for real that's coming into human discussion. Seriously.
Even Luna had mentioned she would have loved to have more of these hearings. They could not get people willing to come forward. That's the sad thing. So we're 100% behind you. AARO hasn't really been positive. I just want to add before that Dylan Borland, in addition to being this geospatial intelligence specialist and seeing things literally on radar, also worked for a special access program, which had info on UAP legacy crash retrievals. So he had that information, and like Rush, found out he couldn't get it anywhere. He couldn't move it forward. He himself saw something. I'll just wait. Alan's moving all the people slowly forward to the room, so it's kind of exciting. But what Borland said, he had a telephone problem when he saw the UFO, but there was no sound coming out of the UFO. It appeared like fluid or dynamic, which is amazing. And then it went like that. And he said, you didn't even feel it, the wind. It was like, it just totally went away. You could just see it go up. It's amazing. So
I really loved that, Desiree, because I read that too, that the craft appeared fluid, you guys. We're used to the material world being fixed. So how interesting.
Okay, wait, we're heading into the congressional room. We're heading into the hearing right now. Just bear with me while we enter the actual congressional hearing, which is kind of exciting here at the Congressional, at the Capitol, really, in the halls of the Capitol. So we're heading into the room. Danny Sheehan and Jim Garrison. There we go. I'm not going to sit behind Danny this year.
Thank you.
There we go. Danny got the good seat.
This looks like a smaller room.
There's Luna. You can see up on the stage there. There is, there is,
I wonder why the room
there's
is
Bob.
much smaller than last time.
Hey, Bob.
I'm having a George Costanza moment. I'll have a Kramer moment. Yeah.
Hey, there's our friend there.
Send me a text to our team, like, just to give an update on your payment and find out what happened.
Yeah, to tell you. Overdraft fees and late fees are all over $100.
Seriously?
Yeah, no, I'm on, you know, I operate very close to the lines.
Here we go. There is Luna up there.
If I can just audio say, this is called Restoring Public Trust Through UAP Transparency and Whistleblower Protection. And it's put out by the Task Force for the Declaration of Federal, or the Disclosing
down
of
there.
Federal Secrets, and she's the head of it. So our good friend Sid Goldberg there from
Plus the line is done.
So we have 4 minutes here before it's supposed to start.
There's Bob Sala, who's was. Do you want to introduce? Just tell people who Bob Sala is.
Oh, yeah. I am sitting here at the 2009 UAP disclosure, hearing rather, UAP hearing, for the task force, secrets task force. And I have with me Captain Robert Salas and his wonderful wife, Marilyn.
Right. Yes.
Right. And he is not only here to watch this, he is going to be meeting with one of the members, Burleison, afterwards. He's also going to be doing podcasts with Burleison. And they're going to be discussing the potential and prospects for him and other SAC-based officers to testify under oath about the shutdowns of missiles in our country.
Well, tell people about the thing he witnessed in 1967.
Well, why doesn't he tell you?
Okay, can you hold that phone? Steve?
Sure. I'll let him tell you. There you go. All right.
In 1967, I was in command of the launch control facility.
Down.
In control of 10 nuclear missiles.
Louder. It's okay.
In control of 10 nuclear missiles when a UFO came over and disabled all 10. This was confirmed. The witnesses upstairs, which are about 6, 7 security guards, and also confirmed by the man that came out to help bring the missiles back up on alert status. That's basically.
So all of the guys up top, the security guys, they're the ones that saw the craft.
Right.
None of them have come forward yet, but they could. They're out there.
It's possible they could, one or more could come forward.
So we're glad that you're here.
We were all required to sign NDAs.
And the younger guys are probably a little more worried than some of the SAC-based officers, but we're hoping they'll come forward too. All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, God. Good to see you, Bob.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I was just noticing that Jaimi Musanne is there. Where's Jaimi? Where's Jaimi? Okay.
So thanks to everybody for tuning in. We are going to be showing the live stream, and then we'll be talking a little bit afterwards to get reactions. Alan, can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, this is such a small room compared to last time. Was it harder for you to get in?
There's Jeremy Corbell. Jeremy Corbell. Yeah.
Yes, the committee.
You're just like a job. So this is
There's George Knapp.
Which is essentially a subcommittee of the Oversight Committee, but it has a task force name. It's operating like a committee, subcommittee.
I saw that Jaime Musanne is here.
Yeah, yes.
Good.
Jaime's here. There's a lot of people here that have really come in on this in terms of the field.
Who else have you seen here?
Oh, well, you've got Danny Sheehan.
Danny.
You have Jim Garrison, who's working with the State of the World Forum. Let's see. Oh, God, there's so many witnesses. Of course. Yeah, I think I'm here. I may be here. Somebody's here.
Okay, thanks.
And others, Jeremy Corbell is here.
Right.
So, but there's a lot of people I recognize, but I haven't got the name. But let's just say we have a robust representation.
And when they show the videos, where are they going to show it on? Oh, on these screens over there.
Probably on those screens. And I don't know what's in the videos. That's a total mystery. But I'll bet it's pretty cool.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yes. All right.
So this is going to be a very substantial hearing. People are always complaining, but they're gonna like what they see.
Okay. We're going to trust you in that. Okay. You heard it right from the guy who's been in it for a long time. Yeah. Maybe I can get a talk with Jaime Musanne and this Sid Goldberg sitting next to Danny Sheen, who's sitting next to Jaime Musanne, who's the leading journalist. JJ, I'm going to mute, but why don't you talk about your association with Jaime Musanne and why he's actually here, right?
Yes, I trained Jaime Musanne back in the 80s to take serious inventory of what was happening over Mexico, particularly over Tepoztlan, Mexico City, and over Baja, Mexico. We had numerous events. We worked together on Televisa, the largest channel working worldwide with Latin America, reporting thousands of cases. Perhaps he's the most important Latin American journalist.
And I just want to say in 2004, there was a bigger case even than the Tic Tac over Campeche, Mexico, which Jaime Musanne reported on. Then the same year, shortly thereafter, came the Tic Tac off of San Diego. So I think we're about to start, but Jaime's been a key person. People in Mexico send all their UFO footage to him. He puts it out, and he's fabulous sitting, of course. And then also Sid Goldberg from Gaia TV with the red camera right there. Jaime's on the other side of Danny Sheehan.
This is a very august assembly of journalists, researchers, members of Congress who are willing really to push the envelope and let America people and those throughout the world understand that we are reaching a whole new cosmology of consciousness. We are at the threshold of rewriting history and opening, as it were, the book of life to a new chapter where the human evolution connects with what the keys of Enoch call the higher evolution. We are not alone in the universe, and we cannot be forever alone from this point on. Technology, science, religion, philosophy, all will take a quantum leap.
Can we hear the speakers now? We're excited to look at some very new faces and some old faces. Like I think Admiral Gallaudet may be there, but definitely Schellenberger, who did the Immaculate Constellation in the last hearing, which was 2024.
And there will be a plethora of new documents still coming forth. Some of you may be interested in the keys of Enoch and some of our related work in consciousness physics with the late Elizabeth Rauscher, who wrote more than 400 scientific papers. So all of this is available on our internet site.
And let me say, some of these people have talked to either David Grush, Admiral Gallaudet, AARO. They've all brought out their testimonies. They're willing to step forward regardless of their NDAs. As I said, though, the chief Wiggins does not have an NDA on that. He feels himself to be a witness. So I think we're going to be seeing some of the films of the 2023 Tic Tacs, and maybe even that 2019 at the USS Omaha, and hopefully some of the other material from Dylan Borland and from Jeff Nuccetelli.
Remember, in the Keys of Enoch, I wrote in 73, I mentioned 2003, 2004 as a significant period where people throughout the world would be mindful of ships coming out of the ocean.
We're starting. Okay, we're starting.
Representative Baggage of Alaska, Representative Ogles of Tennessee, Representative the chair may declare without objection. The chair may declare a recess. There are no objections. I recognize myself for the purpose of making no opening statement. At today's hearing, questioning witnesses. Representative Biggs of Arizona, Representative Biggs of Arizona, of Alaska, Representative Ogles of Tennessee, Representative Ogles of Tennessee, Nevada, and Representative Moskowitz of Florida, and Representative Moskowitz of Florida. There are no objections. I recognize myself for the purpose of the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning and welcome to the hearing. Good morning and welcome to the hearing regarding UAP. For too long, the issue of unidentified anomalous phenomenon has been shrouded in an Air Force Base incident that occurred with myself and former Representative Knapp. As once Representative Burchett followed up on a lead with multiple active duty Air Force pilot whistleblowers that alleged that the United States Air Force was covering up the activity at Edwards Air Force Base. We have heard from a number of whistleblowers, specifically military pilots, that the reason for not coming forward publicly is out of fear that speaking out will cost them their flight status and a lead from multiple active duty Air Force pilot whistleblowers that alleged that the United States Air Force was covering up UAP activity at Eglin Air Force Base. We have heard from a number of whistleblowers, military pilots, that the reason for not coming forward is out of fear that speaking out would cost them their flight status and potentially their careers. This is unacceptable. We cannot protect our airspaces if our best trained observers are silent. We cannot advance science if we refuse to ask questions. And we cannot maintain trust in government if American people in the dark. Now, Congress has tried to fix this problem. Congress tried to create formal channels all domain anomaly resolution office, AARO, and the Intelligence Community Inspector General for service members and officials to make disclosures. But the reality, the reports come in are often to brush aside, slow-walked, or met with skepticism rather than serious investigation. Recently, the former AARO director, known as Sean Kilpatrick, attacked our witnesses and members on this committee. It should be noted that he's a documented liar and brings into question what his purpose at AARO really was if it was not to follow up on investigations and disclose his findings to members of Congress. A former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, Chris Mellon, described a report published by AARO that found no evidence that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed any sighting of UAP-represented extraterrestrial technology. As the most error-ridden and unsatisfactory government report I can recall reading during after decades of government service. Mellon further noted that this was a first error report submitted to Congress without the Director of National Intelligence's sign-off and seemingly excluded input from any scholars or experts who have studied or written extensively about this topic, as would normally be in any other case in this field. Mellon determined that this report failed to fulfill the congressional mandate under which it was required, omitted entire agencies with known investigations or activities related to UAPs, and omitted any discussion of efforts to hide classified or unclassified information about UAP. Such efforts were unaddressed by the report, despite the existence of agency records and investigations concurring with them, including those at U.S. Customs and Border Protection. If we set up offices and oversight bodies only to let them become graveyards for testimony or worse yet, ruses for pretending to investigate when in actuality there was no follow-up, then we are not doing our jobs. In recent months, Congress has also been presented with evidence that points to technologies that, to our knowledge, are beyond our current capabilities. It is our duty as elected representatives to follow the facts wherever they lead and to ensure that those facts are not buried under classification stamps or bureaucratic excuses. Let me be clear, whether UAPs represent adversarial technology, natural phenomena, or something beyond current human understanding, Congress has a responsibility to investigate.
If these objects are foreign in origin, then they pose a direct threat to our national security. And if they represent something unknown, they demand rigorous scientific inquiry, not ridicule, not secrecy, and not silence. The stakes are very high. Adversarial nations are not waiting for us to catch up. They are studying these phenomena as well aggressively, as multiple nations have also announced their own parliamentary investigations into this very topic. If we are to continue to hide information from ourselves, we risk strategic surprise. If we continue to ignore our pilots and service members, as well as countless government whistleblowers, we risk losing their trust. And if we continue to shield the truth from the public, we risk eroding the very foundation of democratic accountability. This is why this hearing matters. This is not about fueling speculation. This is about demanding the basic transparency from the Department of Defense and the intelligence community and other military contractors. It is about asking the questions every American has the right to ask. What do we know? What don't we know? And why in a free society are we being told so little? A major barrier to this committee's inquiry into UAPs has been the lack of cooperation and transparency from the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. In preparation for previous UAP hearings, the committee repeatedly asked the Department of Defense to allow members to view videos and files related to UAP incidences. Unfortunately, the Department of Defense notified the committee staff that due to the department's special access program rules, only members of the House Armed Service Committee, as well as the Defense Subcommittee on House Appropriations, also known as HAC-D, were allowed to be read in onto such programs. For a non-committee member to be allowed to view these documents and videos, individual members must be approved by the chairman and ranking member of both HASC and HAC-D. Independent SAP oversight has presented a consistent problem for Congress, as well as program budgets are classified. Additionally, oversight reporting to Congress is classified and only provided to the authorizing and appropriations committees of jurisdiction. The American people are not fragile. They do not need to be shielded like children from reality. What they cannot tolerate and what they will not forgive is a government that withholds the truth and punishes those who dare to speak up. I want to close with this. Future generations will look back at this moment and ask what we did when presented with the unknown. Did we look away, embarrassed or afraid, or did we pursue the truth with courage? I intend to be on the side of truth, transparency, and accountability, and I hope my colleagues on this task force will be able to do the same. To quote a few elected officials, Senator Schumer has stated, multiple credible sources allege a constitutional crisis over UFOs. Senator Rounds has stated that these are brilliant individuals and they are not making this stuff up. And our current Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has stated very high clearances and high positions within our government in regards to these whistleblowers. Senator McConnell also described these whistleblowers as sane and credible. And the witnesses today are not alone. In fact, they're far from it. In fact, 34 senior military, government, and intelligence officials have broken their silence. This includes now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Senator Rounds, Senator Gillibrand, General Jim Clapper, the former director of the government's UAP task force, the former head of aviation security for the White House National Security Council, the former Secretary of Defense, and many more. Again, to quote Secretary of State Rubio in an upcoming documentary known as The Age of Disclosure, even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis that begins to spin out of control. And to quote Senator Gillibrand, who also went public in this documentary, it's not acceptable to have secret parts of this government that no one ever sees. It's time for the fundamental truths of UAP to be revealed to our nation's leaders and the public. It's time for the U.S. government to exercise transparency. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Crockett for the opening statement.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. At a time of increasing distrust in government, it is important for Congress to take action to restore the government's credibility. Bringing transparency to an issue of great public interest is a step toward doing just that. So I thank Chairwoman Luna for calling this bipartisan hearing to discuss unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP, which is today's term for what was commonly known as UFOs, unidentified flying objects. And while some people think of flying saucers when they hear these terms, it is vital that we focus on the real-world impact of UAPs on critical infrastructure, civilian safety, and national security. There is good reason to believe that most UAPs have origins far closer to home. Currently, NASA has not found any evidence that any UAPs have an extraterrestrial origin. Our adversaries are working to develop new capabilities to gain military advantages, and those efforts are likely explanation for the mysteries that we have observed. Nevertheless, the federal government has a responsibility to the American people to investigate and provide transparent disclosures about every incident. The federal government is equally obligated to protect those who report what they've seen, especially to commanding officers and supervisors. And Congress should do everything in its power to protect whistleblowers and conduct oversight of agencies that are failing to provide that protection. Democracy depends on transparency, and transparency often relies on the courage of individuals willing to risk their careers, reputations, and in some cases, their personal safety to tell the truth. So I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today. We should welcome their accounts and acknowledge the bravery they have shown to come before us. We must ensure that all whistleblowers feel that they can come to Congress to tell their stories without fear of retaliation or professional consequences. We need transparency, not just to make better policy, but also to ensure that information flows between all those who need it. There are too many tragic examples in our history where information lapses and a lack of cross-agency coordination led to disaster. Just this year, failure to communicate between FAA and the Department of Defense led to tragedy over the Potomac. The Biden-Harris administration sought to eliminate some of these lapses when it established the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office at the Department of Defense. AARO can convene sources from all branches of military, the FAA, and NASA to combine forces to create a comprehensive picture of what is happening in our skies. Some UAP reports have perfectly normal explanations: satellites, consumer drones, weather balloons, even pranks. But we need to track down each and every single UAP. The United States has millions of eyes in the sky, both electronic and human. But only the combination of civilian, commercial, and military sources can begin to create a complete picture. So we need to ensure that people can come forward and report what they have seen to the relevant authorities, and they have to have the right to do so without fear of retaliation. This country has a history of dedicated public servants standing up for what is right, even in the face of potential consequences. From the Pentagon Papers to Watergate to torture programs, whistleblowers have not only informed the public, but also empowered Congress to fulfill its constitutional duty of oversight. Past Congresses have written laws to grant legal protection for whistleblowers, and it is up to us to work responsibly with all sources to hold the executive branch accountable. We are here today to listen to the stories of those who have witnessed events of interest to the American people, and to support the policies that cultivate an environment that welcomes and protects whistleblowers. I hope this hearing will be an example of the respect and protection whistleblowers deserve and the importance of conducting oversight of the federal government. I yield back.
I am pleased to welcome the panel of witnesses for today's hearing. I'd first like to welcome Mr. Jeffrey Nuccetelli. He's a United States Air Force veteran and a career federal employee with more than 20 years of experience in national security, law enforcement, and public administration. Next, we have Mr. Alexandro Wiggins. Mr. Wiggins is currently serving as a Senior Chief Operations Specialist in the United States Navy. Mr. Wiggins is testifying in his personal capacity today and not on behalf of the United States Navy. Next, I would like to recognize the gentlewoman from Nevada, Representative Titus.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, ranking members, for allowing me to sit with you on this panel today. I'm honored to be able to introduce a witness here who is from my district, George Knapp, who has been the definitive expert and reporter on this topic that you're exploring today, UAPs or UFOs. George is a longtime friend, I'll say that up front, but a very respected journalist and a recognized expert in this field nationally and internationally. Just a little something about George. He came to Las Vegas in 1979 and joined KLS television station as a general assignment reporter in 1981. Since 1995, he's been the chief investigative reporter for that channel. He also hosts a national radio show you can listen to on Coast to Coast AM, which covers many of the paranormal topics that y'all are discussing. Over the years, George has been, as I said, recognized for his work. He's been honored with the Peabody Award, the DuPont Award, the Edward Murrow Award, and 27 different regional Emmys for his investigative reporting. Indeed, he has told Nevada's story with clarity, with objectivity, and with integrity. So I know that his testimony today is going to be of great interest and value to this committee. So thank you very much.
Next, we have Mr. Dylan Borland. Mr. Borland is a United States Air Force veteran and has a long career in federal service. And finally, I'd like to introduce Mr. Joe Spielberger, a senior policy counsel at the Project of Government Oversight. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and the nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered an affirmative. Thank you. You may take your seat. We appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, and it will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes, but I understand you have a lot to get through, so if it goes a little over, don't worry about it. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow, and when the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we will ask you to please wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Nuccetelli for his opening statement.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the task force for giving us the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jeffrey Nuccetelli. I'm a former military police officer with 16 years of active duty service in the U.S. Air Force. I'm here today because the American people have both the right and the responsibility to know the truth about unidentified aerial phenomenon. That truth remains hidden, classified and silenced by fear, retaliation, stigma, and confusion. Today, we are here to help break that silence. Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base, home to the National Missile Defense Project, a top national security priority. At the time, we were conducting launches deemed by the National Reconnaissance Office as the most important in 25 years. These were historic launches. These facilities were vital, and they were repeatedly visited by UAP. Each incident was witnessed by multiple personnel, documented, investigated, and reported up the chain of command. We sent information up, but we got no guidance down on how to handle these events. I personally witnessed one of these events and investigated others as they occurred. 6 other service members have provided me with the information that I will share with you today. The incursions began on October 14th, 2003, when Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. After several minutes, it drifted further east onto the base and vanished over the hills. This event, now known as the Vandenberg Red Square, was referenced by Representative Luna at the first hearing on this topic. Official Air Force records of this event are in possession by AARO and the FBI. Later that night, while I was on duty, security guards at a critical launch site reported a bright, fast-moving object over the ocean. I responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friends screaming, "It's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here." Moments later, I heard them say that it had shot off and was gone. When I arrived on scene, I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft larger than a football field that hovered silently for about 45 seconds over their entry control point before shooting away at impossible speed. About a week later, another patrol reported a light over the ocean behaving erratically. Believing it might be an unannounced aircraft, they declared an emergency, and an armed response force responded. Before the forces could arrive, the object descended and either landed or hovered on our flight line, and then took off again at impossible speed. The witnesses to this event were threatened and intimidated afterward. They were told to keep quiet and think about what they were reporting. After that, things did get quiet until about 2005, when another patrol reported a massive triangular craft larger than a C-130 silently floating over the installation. He watched it for a few minutes. It traveled west and disappeared into the night. And then I had my own encounter, again in 2005. I was off duty, sitting in my backyard with 2 other police officers when we noticed what first appeared to be a satellite in orbit, but it wasn't acting like a satellite. The light was strange, it was pulsing, and then it started to maneuver. It dropped in elevation. At times it would vanish from view and reappear in a different location in the sky, and eventually it reappeared 200 feet over my house. It was a 30-foot diameter sphere of light. My friends and I watched it for a moment, and then it gently accelerated and traveled up and disappeared into the stars. These events profoundly changed my life and the lives of my friends. We stand at a pivotal moment in history. The question is no longer whether these events are real, but whether we have the courage to face them. True leadership requires vision, a willingness to confront the unknown with transparency and resolve. So I ask the Congress to help we, the people, enact this vision. There are 3 goals. Fund independent research and treat UAP study with the same seriousness as we would any other scientific field. 2, end secrecy and overclassification. Transparency is the foundation of truth. Without it, witnesses like us are dismissed. 3, protect the witnesses. Many stay silent out of fear for their careers, reputations, and the safety of their families. Protect them, and you will embolden others to join this cause. These phenomena challenge our deepest assumptions about reality, consciousness, and our place in the universe. Exploring them can unlock transformative breakthroughs in technology, biology, and human understanding. Let this be the moment when America chooses courage over fear, transparency over secrecy, and progress over stagnation. Let's show the world that our nation leads not only through strength, but through fearless pursuit of the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nuccetelli. He's not on here. I now recognize Chief Wiggins for his opening statement. Please press your button. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and members of the task force and the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alexandro Wiggins. I'm an active duty U.S. Navy Operations Specialist, Senior Chief Petty Officer, father of 3, and dedicated American testifying today in my personal capacity. The views I share are my own, and I do not represent the official positions of the Department of the Navy or any subordinate organization. On the evening of February 15th, 2023, at approximately 19:15 PST, in the Whiskey 291 warning area off the coast of Southern California, I was serving on board USS Jackson. During that period, I moved between the Interior Communications Center, ICC-1, and the bridge wing, correlating the sensor picture with visual observations, part of my routine responsibilities for surface and air picture management. What I observed and what our crew recorded was not consistent with conventional aircraft or drones as they appear on our system. A self-luminous tic-tac shaped object emerged from the ocean before linking up with 3 other similar objects. The 4 then disappeared simultaneously with a high synchronized near instantaneous acceleration. I observed no sonic boom and no conventional propulsion signatures. No exhaust plume, no control surface articulation on the Sapphire image system. Shortly after the synchronized departure, radar tracks dropped. These observations were multi-sensor and recorded inside of ICC-1 with time location overlay visible in our source frames that have been made public by journalists. From my experience operating in this region over many years and consistent with our public characterized encounters, unidentified objects reoccur in United States operation areas off Southern California. That fact alone does not tell us what they are, but it does argue the systematic stigma-free reporting and for the preservation of sensor data so analysts can evaluate safe and intelligence implications with rigor. I want to underscore 3 points for the task force and the committee. Aviation and maritime safety. When crews and watchstanders observe objects that maneuver or accelerate in ways that does not match known profiles and do so near our ships and aircraft, that is first and foremost a safety issue. Standardized checklists and training should ensure we capture the best possible sensor data in real time, including IR settings, slant range estimates, and bearing and range altitude snapshots, and immediate chain of custody for any recordings. Reporting without stigma, protection without retribution. Sailors need to know that reporting UAP encounters will not harm their careers. Congress can help by reinforcing witness protection and by directing the relevant office to maintain confidential, destigmatized channels for service members who step forward with data. Declassification and transparency where possible. The task force declassification mission is directly relevant here. Where operational security permits releasing metadata preserved sensor excerpts or at least technical summaries would improve public trust and accelerate outside scientific scrutiny. That includes, when feasible, the time geo-reference IR frames and radar parameters needed for independent analysis. To be clear, I am not here to make claims beyond my lane. I am here to provide a firsthand account of what I saw, what our systems recorded, and why it matters for safety, for intelligence, and public confidence. My request to you is practical. Help us capture, protect, fairly evaluate the evidence, and provide a safe pathway for those in uniform to report it. In closing, I want to thank the committee and the task force for holding this hearing and for placing this discussion in a forum where evidence can be examined carefully and openly. I appreciate your attention and stand ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I now recognize Mr. Knapp for his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member, Ms. Crockett, and members of the task force. And Dina Titus, I just knew we were going to get you involved in this topic at one point. Great to see you here. I'm George Knapp, Chief Investigative Reporter at KLES TV in Las Vegas. I began my pursuit of this weird mystery way back in 1987, and for 38 years, I've always approached this as a news story. It's not a matter of faith or belief. To me, it's a story, and it's an important one. I'm proud to be here alongside these witnesses today, men who have seen strange things and stepped forward to tell the world about it. Whistleblowers and witnesses who step up are routinely insulted, belittled, or worse. They risk their reputations, their careers, their clearances, their livelihoods, and sometimes much more than that, even their freedom. I know that one of the goals of the task force here is to figure out ways to protect whistleblowers and witnesses. And it's a tall order because so many of the things that happen to witnesses like these are extra legal. They're carried out by persons unknown, as Mr. Dave Grush, sitting up at the top of the room, knows all too well, including events in recent days that have happened to him. I want to share a couple of things that I've learned along the way on this long journey, and I submitted most of that in written form because I estimate that my statement here today would take about 4.5 hours. So I'm going to try to jump over and touch on the more important salient points. I submitted a detailed written statement for the record, and we'll go into a lot of that here. But the public has been told over and over since the late 40s, there's nothing to worry about here. These mysterious craft seen by millions of people in the skies, in the oceans, over the land are not real. They're not a threat. The witnesses are wrong. They're crackpots. Don't believe it. That changed for me. What got me hooked is the paper trail. Documents that were squeezed out of the U.S. government after the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, became the law of the land. And those documents paint a much different picture than what the public, the press, and Congress have been told over many years. The documents from military and intelligence personnel behind closed doors admit that, quote, these things are real. They're not fictitious. They can fly in formation. They're evasive, and they outperform any aircraft known to exist, including ours. The public, of course, as I said, has been told something much different. Back in 1989, I reported about a guy named Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked at a facility dubbed S4 out in the Nevada desert, very near to Area 51. He said he was part of a reverse engineering program. He said there are alien craft that will be taken apart to figure out how they operated out there, and that was a pretty tall order. I had clearly taken a dive into the deep end of the pool there. But in the years since then, I've interviewed dozens of other people, and I've detailed what their testimony has been in the written statement. They include Senator Harry Reid, Senator Howard Cannon, also of Nevada, a guy named Al O'Donnell, who was the first general manager of EG&G in Nevada, which managed the Nevada test site, which blew up hundreds of nuclear weapons. There's a guy named Dr. James Lakatsky, who was a career scientist with the Defense Intelligence Agency, who was the guy who initiated a program called AAWSAP, Advanced Aerospace Weapons Systems Application Program, which is, as far as we know, the largest acknowledged UFO program ever funded by the U.S. government, which put together an amazing pile of information that members of this committee and the world, most of which they have never seen. The DIA still hasn't released 95% of what was prepared by that program at a cost of millions and millions of dollars. The one name I do want to bring up in this session, though, is Robert Bigelow. So looking into the idea of crash retrievals and reverse engineering, while AAWSAP, that program, was active, the DIA's contractor, Robert Bigelow of Las Vegas, made a bold attempt to acquire physical proof of UFO crashes. It's been widely reported and suspected that Lockheed Martin is one of the contractors, the defense contractors, that has held this stuff, stored it away in secrecy, and tried to figure out how it works. I have confirmed on the record that Robert Bigelow and a trusted colleague from AAWSAP met with and negotiated with senior executives at Lockheed Martin and hammered out a deal wherein Bigelow's company, Bass, would receive a quantity of unusual material that had been stashed away and protected at a facility in California. That material was not made here. I want to move on now to the Russia files, because that was going to be sort of the central impetus of what I was going to talk to you about today. Back in the early 90s, I got into Russia, met with a number of their defense officials, Ministry of Defense and others, who confirmed for me that Russia had been doing the same thing the United States had been doing, that is, secretly studying UFOs while publicly saying something completely different. The documents and interviews that I obtained and have now shared with this task force show that the USSR launched what is almost certainly the largest UFO UAP investigation in the world. The first phase of that was an order was sent out to the entire USSR military empire that every unit, you see anything strange in the sky, a craft, an orb, something unusual, you had to gather all the evidence, collect testimony from the witnesses, look for physical evidence, and all of that information went into one program at the Ministry of Defense. Thousands and thousands of these reports came in. A lot of them were first routed to the KGB, but then back to another program that came after this collection effort called Thread 3. And Thread 3 was an analysis program. We have provided to the committee the documents of what they were trying to do, and essentially they were trying to build their own UFOs. They were using the information from their observations and studies to try to figure out the technology. The guy who was in charge of that program, Colonel Boris Sokolov, told me that their goal was to basically develop technology that would be superior to anything we had, based on what they learned from UFOs.
Mr. Knapp, just in the name of time,
Sure.
to my understanding, did you have anything you wanted to submit for Congress to see in this committee?
I have submitted those documents.
Would you like to play any videos? Do you have a video that you would like to play?
I don't think it's for me to play.
No, that was for Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander's video.
Okay.
You could play it, he could narrate it.
Okay, we can, in the name of showing that video to everyone on task force, we'd like to play that video at this time.
Sure.
Wouldn't surprise you, I tell you. You call it the VVSS team.
Yeah, like 22,000 feet.
That shit took off earlier.
If we can get rid of the audio real quick. Mr. Wiggins and Mr. Knapp, we'll get back to what that video was in a moment, but we just want to make sure that it was entered into the record, as well as all the documents. Those will be able to be publicly found for everyone in the country to view. If we could, Mr. Knapp, we'll continue on the line of questioning, but I'm going to move on to Mr. Borland's opening statement.
Good morning, members of the task force and the committee. I would like to express my gratitude for being invited to testify to the current task force created under the People's Chamber and the American public. As an American citizen, veteran, and intelligence community professional, it is an honor and a privilege to serve under oath before you on behalf of our country. I speak for myself and no former agency or company I have been previously affiliated with. My name is Dylan Borland, a former 1N1 geospatial intelligence specialist for the United States Air Force in an active duty enlisted capacity from 2010 to 2013. I've also been employed with BAE Systems and Intrepid Solutions as a senior analyst, expert in analyzing video, radar, and advanced electro-optical imagery for official identification of aerial order of battle, as well as naval and ground order of battle. I'm a federal whistleblower, having testified to both the ICIG and AARO with direct firsthand knowledge of and experience with craft and technologies that are not ours and are reportedly operating without congressional oversight. Because of my direct knowledge of the reality of certain legacy UAP programs, my professional career was deliberately obstructed, and I have endured sustained reprisals from government agencies for over a decade. From 2011 to 2013, I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, conducting 24-hour operations via manned and unmanned aerial vehicles for Special Operations Forces in the global war on terror. During the summer of 2012, my team was on standby for weather, and I returned to my barracks on base, and at approximately 0130, I saw an approximately 100-foot equilateral triangle take off from near the NASA hangar on the base. The craft interfered with my telephone, did not have any sound, and the material it was made of appeared fluid or dynamic. I was under this triangular craft for a few minutes, and then it rapidly ascended to commercial jet level in seconds, displaying zero kinetic disturbance, sound, or wind displacement. Some years after that experience, I was further exposed to classified information from the UAP legacy crash retrieval program through a sensitive position I held within a special access program. During this time, intelligence officers approached me in fear for their own careers, citing misconduct within these programs and similar retaliation that I was already enduring at this time. These issues include medical malpractice committed by Veterans Affairs staff, denial of work I performed while enlisted in the United States Air Force, forged and manipulated employment documents, workplace harassment, including colleagues being directed to not speak with me, manipulation of my security clearance by certain agencies, blocking, delaying, and ultimately removing my ability to be employed within the IC. The retaliation I face and the retaliation against individuals I know who worked in these programs is what convinced me in March 2023 to become a whistleblower. I came forward out of concern for people's lives and to ensure I did everything I could to let our elected representatives know the truth about what is really happening in the executive branch. At the end of March 2023, I agreed to meet with AARO following the suggestion of other federal officials believing it was what our nation required of me. I had reservations with AARO due to assessments they were reporting publicly at the time as a misrepresentation of the truth. Because of these concerns, I did not share sources and methods information in order to protect current and former federal personnel who had firsthand exposure to technologies of unknown origin. I did not want anyone to face further retaliation beyond what they had already endured. And unfortunately, a staff member ended up getting in some trouble because of that. After David Grush testified under oath in the summer of 2023 and provided historic disclosure, I was then asked to go to the ICIG and did so in August 2023. It was very clear early on during my intake interview, which was video recorded under oath, that the objective was to solely assess how much I know and not move forward with an investigation with new information I provided them. The aftermath of that IG complaint still troubles me to this day. Since my ICIG complaint, I've been prevented from resuming prior employment and can confirm I'm still blacklisted from certain agencies within the intelligence community. In addition, multiple agencies attempted phishing attacks to assess what I had divulged to the Inspector General, including being asked to disclose details of my ICIG complaint during a CI polygraph for a position unrelated to UFO UAP matters as recently as November 2024. As I sit before you today, I and many other whistleblowers have no job prospects, no foreseeable professional future, and a nation every single one of us came forward to defend. Numerous individuals have come forward in various ways to reveal the truth of the UAP reality as patriots and defenders of our nation. Yet many feel discarded, isolated, hopeless, separated from the country they serve. Efforts to rectify this situation for all whistleblowers have been difficult and troubling. And to my fellow whistleblowers and officials who know this information, I offer you my apology, something that I have never gotten, and I'm giving it to you. I swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, an oath that demands truth and transparency for our democratic republic to function. Each day, these truths remain hidden from our citizens. Humanity drifts further from the principles our nation was founded to uphold. Each day, victims of crimes committed by agencies and companies maintaining this secrecy are denied justice as another day our Constitution is shredded. In 2023, Patriots provided this committee and the executive branch with undeniable proof of the UAP reality, and I commend your continued commitment. The future of humanity is one which we either travel to the stars or regress to the Stone Age with this technology. My career has been to deliver critical information to decision makers. Your role as elected by your representatives is to act on it. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Mr. Borland, thank you for your service to our country, and we appreciate you. And we are sorry about how you've been treated, and we will make sure that we try to rectify that situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Spielberger, please, your opening remarks.
Chairwoman Luna, Ranking Member Crockett, and Task Force members, thank you for the opportunity to testify here today about the importance of strengthening whistleblower protections, especially in the context of national security. I'm a senior policy counsel at the Project on Government Oversight, a nonpartisan independent watchdog organization that investigates and exposes waste, corruption, abuse of power, and when the government fails to serve the public or silences those who report wrongdoing. Whistleblowers are the first line of defense to root out waste, fraud, abuse of power, and corruption in our government. Congress relies on whistleblowers so that it can fully exercise its oversight and legislative authorities. It's understandable that former presidents of both parties have often taken a hostile approach toward whistleblowers. Their disclosures can embarrass the president and their political party or even lead to a national scandal. But whistleblowers continue to play a vital role during both Democratic and Republican administrations. They help Congress and the public identify and understand what government corruption looks like. Their disclosures fuel investigations and allow us to address wrongdoing and hold those responsible to account. That's why historically there's been a strong bipartisan consensus in Congress to support and protect whistleblowers. Doing so protects the country and ensures our government is more responsive and accountable to the people. National security whistleblowing in particular is a tradition going back to the founding of our country, and over time, national security whistleblowers and their disclosures have impacted some of the most fundamental issues and questions about how we wish to be governed and how our government can better serve its people. From the role the U.S. plays around the world to holding powerful actors accountable, government ethics and transparency, human rights and civil liberties, executive branch authority, First Amendment freedoms of speech and dissent, freedom of the press, and the public's interest and right to know. Despite this invaluable public service, blowing the whistle comes at great personal risk. Whistleblowers risk losing their jobs, careers, livelihoods, and reputations. They can face retaliatory investigations, lawsuits, and even serious criminal charges. And they can endure deep mental, emotional, and psychological harm. All of that risk to speak the truth, to ensure that agencies fulfill their core missions, and that they serve the best interests of the people. Those who retaliate against whistleblowers don't just violate their legal rights, they inflict real harm on our government and betray the public's trust. Targeting whistleblowers instead of the corruption they expose wastes agency resources and further allows that corruption to continue unaddressed. It can instill a chilling effect across an agency, fostering a climate of fear and distrust, quieting dissent and free speech, and deterring potential whistleblowers from coming forward in the future. Whistleblowers are often some of the most dedicated and principled public servants we have because of their willingness to put themselves on the line to do what's right. And Congress has historically supported them, again, on a bipartisan basis, but unfortunately, whistleblowing has increasingly become more politicized, with support for whistleblowers often hinging on which party is in power and which party is politically inconvenienced by the misconduct being exposed. But to be clear, targeting whistleblowers individually risks undermining whistleblowing, period. POGO advises members of Congress on both sides of the aisle to focus on the evidence, not the individual. We will always need whistleblowers to achieve the government that best serves its people, because when people of conscience, integrity, and good character refuse to speak up out of fear, complacency, or self-preservation, and leave corruption to fester behind closed doors, that is probably the most dangerous risk of all. If we are serious about increasing government transparency and restoring the public's trust, we need public servants committed to the truth. Whistleblowers need safe and effective channels to make lawful disclosures. They need stronger protections against retaliation, and when they do face retaliation, they need a fair shot to be made whole. Congress has made strides to pass whistleblower legislation, and these laws need to be updated and expanded so that whistleblowers truly receive the protections they need, retaliators are held accountable, and we can achieve the type of government the people deserve. We strongly urge Congress to continue its historic tradition of championing the rights and protections of all whistleblowers. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify here this morning. POGO is committed to working with you and the Oversight Committee to address these critical issues. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, sir, very much. Additionally, without objection, the following members are waived onto the task force for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's hearing: Representative Perry of Pennsylvania and Representative Grothman of Wisconsin. Sorry, and Representative Biggs from Arizona. I already got you, but yeah, we're good. Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Also, as my friend Mr. Moskowitz might have to go, would you like to go now? Okay, all right. Mr. Borland, in your testimony, you described witnessing large triangular craft while stationed at Langley Air Force Base in 2012. Can you explain what you observed in terms of size, behavior, and why you're confident it was not conventional technology?
Great question, ma'am. So on the base, I lived in the barracks. There was a little smoke pit outside. I was there on the telephone and looking across to the flight line. and I see a white light pop up and stop about 100 feet in the air. I thought it was a weather balloon. I've seen tests from there before, weeknight, normal thing, not surprising. I actually finished my cigarette and I began walking up towards the flight line. There is a track, and because I was on 3 months of night work, I would walk the track at night when we were weather down. And as I began walking towards the light, towards the flight line and the track, the light then flies across the base, across the flight line, and as it flies to me, a triangle manifests around the light. I can't tell you if it's active camouflage. I can't tell you if it appeared around the light, but I can tell you that it was a white light and then it was a triangle. It stopped about 100 feet in front of me and approximately 100 feet above me. My telephone got extremely hot, completely froze, dead. I remember how thick it was. It was between 1 to 2 stories thick, equilateral triangle. I could never see the top of it, and the edges were 90 degrees. There were 4 lights in total, 1 light on each corner and a larger light in the center, 2 to 3 times the size of the corner lights. But what was really odd was the outside. The best way to describe it is like looking at a James Webb telescope picture where you have the colors and then the black background. So the craft itself was this black metallic flake paint, but on top of the craft was this gold, lava, plasma, some type of fluid going over and around the craft. I'm under this for about 2 to 3 minutes, and then the center light flashes 2 to 3 times, no sound, immediately shoots up to commercial jet level minimum, in my opinion, and I immediately feel static electricity all over my body, and then I smell the smell of after a thunderstorm or lightning storm, that really strong summer thunderstorm smell. Gets up to flight level. I'm trying to get my phone reset, and I can only see the center light at this point. If I didn't actually see it take off, I would have thought it was a star. And then it hovers up there, and it begins to slowly move due east out over the Atlantic Ocean. I finally got my phone reset. The entire thing was about, from the time I saw the light pop up near the hangar until it took off out over the ocean, was about 15 minutes.
And following up to that question, after you disclosed this information to the Intelligence Community Inspector General, you were subject to phishing attempts and job blacklisting. How widespread do you think this is across the intelligence community for those who raise concerns regarding UAP programs?
It's a difficult question to answer. I think prior to David Grush and people beginning this process of bringing people into awareness of the reality of these programs and certain things people have witnessed, probably extremely widespread. I think today there's still an issue, but because people are able to come before you and people are speaking out, I think it has been somewhat less. I would hope, though, that people would, because if this goes back into closed doors, this is going to get really ugly.
What type of behavior have you witnessed from former AARO Director Sean Kilpatrick as well as his staff in relate to this information you provided to them? Did they ever try to classify this information as non-human technology?
Good question. The problem with this is that I know what I experienced firsthand, and I know other things. I think the staff at AARO that I met with in March of 2023, I think they were good people doing the job they were told to do. I did not meet with Kirkpatrick. He was either not present or did not want to meet me that day. However, they did classify information about the reality of this subject, and it was very concerning because in my AARO MFR, they had actually referenced a former staff member that was the one who told me to go there, and they probably shouldn't have done that.
And real quick before my time is up, and we might go to second round of questioning just so you're all aware, how important, given everything that you've seen and experienced, is the UAP Disclosure Act of 2025 in restoring both public accountability and trust?
I think very important. I would hope, though, that the 7-year window could be shrunk, my opinion, but very important. The truth needs to be known.
Thank you very much. I now recognize Jared Moskowitz of Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for allowing me to wave on to the committee. I remember, the last committee when we had a bunch of former military personnel folks that either served on bases, were pilots, or were in different programs experiencing knowledge. It made me recognize that the narrative has changed, right? It's politically convenient for the government if you all weren't military folks in suits. It would be much better if you pulled up in Winnebagos and were wearing hats. And so the picture of this, because that's important for the American people and how you tell a story, what the message looks like, and who the messenger is. So this is now the second or third committee where we have former military folks with impeccable records, with information and knowledge. And it's definitely clear on a bipartisan basis that we have to protect our whistleblowers. There's no doubt. And in a day in which it's really hard to tell what's true or not from a political standpoint. And so I don't really know what is true. I don't know on this subject. But I do know when we're being lied to. And we are definitely being lied to. There's just no doubt about that. Mr. Wiggins, I want to talk to you. I find your background and testimony compelling. When you first saw what you were looking at, what were your first thoughts?
My first thoughts were, I think everything that I was told and taught as a kid and as growing adult no longer, was applicable. If I'm able to see something that I thought defies gravity in such a way, then what else could be possible? That was my first thought.
So did you think what you were looking at was a weapons program that you were unaware of, or did you think what you were looking at was obviously some extraterrestrial piece of technology?
Neither one of those crossed my mind. It was just.
How about now? What do you think it is now?
I'm not the expert. I think I want to be as skeptical as everyone else and just hope to know the information.
Anyone in the U.S. government tell you what you were looking at to try to dissuade you from what you thought it was?
No.
So no one was like, oh, there was some anomaly with the technology. No one from the government did that?
No one.
How do you think you were treated when you reported this information or have talked about, the Tic Tac video is well out there. It's well reported. How were you treated?
I've had no pushback at all. I haven't had anyone reach out to me or try to, dissuade me in either direction, militarily speaking. So I was treated fair, and I appreciate the Navy itself with assisting me with coming here to being able to testify.
That's good. So what do you think the American people should take away from watching your video, right? Because when we watch it, obviously, right, we've never seen anything like that. It defies what we know to be technologically possible. What are we supposed to think? Someone's lying about something. Someone's hiding something, right? That's not normal what you looked at.
I think what the American people should think when seeing that video, along with others before me, is that there is something out there, and we should know as the people what it is.
Right, and so let's eliminate possibilities. So they didn't come to you and say there was a technological error with what you were looking at. So we put that aside, right? They didn't say it was broken. So we look at that and we see something. So it's either a weapons program being reverse engineered by our governments or other governments, or it's nobody's government, and it's not from here. Those are it. You agree with that assessment?
I agree. One or the other.
Mr. Borland, when you first experienced what you were looking at, what did you do next? Like, what was your next step after it had passed and you were done?
I actually kind of laughed to myself and said, okay, so this exists as well. Worked in enough programs, been exposed to enough that I was like, okay, so this is a real thing. I went back, walked the track, talked with a couple of my friends about it. I did talk with some of my coworkers, one in particular, which I thought was a joke, and it definitely wasn't, was like, you probably should never say this to anybody. And then what happened to me happened, so.
What about you, Mr., how do you pronounce your last name?
Nuccetelli.
Nuccetelli. And sorry, I know I'm running out of time, Madam Chairwoman. So obviously your incident happened well before we could record things on cell phones and things of that nature, right? What did you do when you first experienced? Because what you saw, right, you saw it happen like right out of your base.
Correct.
So tell me what you did after you saw that. What was like your next move? And I want to hear what your experience was.
My next move, I went into my house after it left. I made sure no one had been abducted, and I picked up the landline. I called the Security Forces Command Center. I reported it. I requested that they give me a call back and make notifications up the chain of command. I got a call back in about 15 minutes. They reported that the weather station reported no balloons or aircraft, nothing on radar, no aircraft inbound or outbound. So I got that notification. And then within the following day or two, me and the other witnesses wrote statements. We prepared a report, and then we filed all that information.
Madam Chairman, thank you for your indulgence in my questioning, and thank you for continuing to lead on this subject. What do you and your friends think about it today? You all have talked about it. Yeah. I mean, so what do you think about your experience as a collective group? That'll be my last question, Madam Chairwoman.
I mean, we've been talking about this for 20 years. We don't know what we saw. What we saw changed our lives in the way we think about everything. It was incredibly profound. The object I saw, I don't even know if it was an object. It was a light. It was an orb. It didn't look like a craft, but it did look solid. And that's what we talk about. We noticed the object, and this was a pattern across all the encounters. Someone would see a light. They would pay attention to the light. And then the object responds. It performs for you. And then they come down and they investigate you. So it's almost like they're curious. So that's the thing we primarily talk about. Why did it come after we noticed it? Maybe it noticed us after we noticed it. You're welcome.
I now recognize Representative Mace for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Borland, I'd like to start with you and ask a few questions. Were there any other witnesses when you saw the equilateral triangle? Were there other witnesses that saw the same thing?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am. At that point, the only people that would be awake is those of us that were doing operations for the GWAT and then security forces. So not to my knowledge.
And do you think that, in your opinion, that the equilateral triangle was the U.S. government's technology?
I did once upon a time, but knowing what I know now, I'll have to answer that question in a skiff probably.
Well, my next question is, you teased us, so knowing what you know now means what?
I know enough to know that if you want an answer to that question, go to AARO. They have the answer.
Do you think it was a foreign government?
I do not, no.
And AARO was supposed to be disclosing, the last time I was in a skiff with AARO, they said they were going to be doing disclosures. Had they been doing much of that?
I don't have an answer to you, you. I don't know. I know what AARO reports publicly, and I know what I've been through.
Yeah. And some of this stuff can be, I think, debunked, right? Sometimes there are weather balloons that look kind of a little funky, or drones or whatever, depending on the angle, direction, speed, et cetera. Are you scared for your safety?
That's a complicated question. So being here today, if I say the wrong word, technically I can be charged with espionage. Espionage is a death penalty. Whistleblowers have faced it. John Kiriakou, for example. I am not scared for my physical safety in the sense of an agency or company coming to kill me, but I have no job. My career has been tarnished. I'm unemployed, living off of unemployment for the next 3-4 weeks until that's gone. So it's a complicated question.
Have there been stories leaked about your life to try to discredit you in the public eye?
As of now, I don't know.
We know they did that to Mr. Grush.
I am aware, yes, ma'am.
They leaked his private medical information, horrific things.
It is.
Okay, you said in your testimony earlier with the chairwoman, you know other things. I guess that has to be mentioned in a skiff.
It would.
The other things.
It would, pending I'm even legally allowed to speak on it, and the people in the room are even legally allowed to hear it.
And is that, would we need to know the the compartmentalized word, like what the code word is or the name of the program, the special access program, in order to even hear it. You have to know the word, right?
I would
The name of it, right?
I would suggest that to be asked to DNI Gabbard and work with her for that, because I can't give you the answer on what is the
But
requirement.
this is
to
what
do
the
that.
U.S. government does, right? They compartmentalize the information. Only certain people know the name of the program, and if you don't know it, you can't get the information. If you don't have the name, you don't know what to ask for. Even when we're reviewing the budget, we go into a SCIF, we look at DoD budget and the budget of like black box programs, and we don't know what we're looking at because we don't know what these programs are. Is it a way for the government to hide from Congress what's really going on and where the money's going?
In my opinion, absolutely, yes.
You mentioned too in your testimony earlier that, quote, you went to speak with the government and they said somebody's name, a colleague's name, and you said they shouldn't have mentioned that staff person's name. What does that mean?
A Senate staffer who is the one who helped me get to AARO recommended me I go there, gave me the email and the phone number because I could not find that information at all at the time. In fact, I believe you guys have talked about how AARO didn't even have a website for quite a period of time.
We were told they were going to do disclosures, both what they've debunked, because some of it can be debunked, and then what they haven't been able to debunk. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been a thing. I only have 1 minute left. So Mr. Knapp, we were definitely going to you. Watched every documentary. You guys have done you and Jeremy have done a terrific job. I usually have more questions than I have answers. I think we all do, and you guys are doing a terrific job to bring information to the public. Do you think that any of this is a psyop by the U.S. government?
Entirely possible. I mean, our government and other governments have admitted that they've tried to use UFOs to cover secret projects. But I think they also do some reverse engineering of those claims. So years after people start seeing UFOs over Area 51, for example, they come up with the story, oh yeah, that was, we planted that story. So I read in a major newspaper just a couple of weeks ago, they planted this story. An Air Force colonel went out into the desert, went to a bar at Rachel and gave them some fake UFO photos. And that's how the whole story about Area 51 started, which is preposterous.
Yeah, and I didn't even get to the crash retrieval program stuff yet, Ms. Chairwoman. There's just so much. Okay, thank you so much for your time today. I wish we had more time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I now recognize Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to each of the witnesses that have come before us today. The federal government has had a long-standing overclassification issue in general. We all know that, from the assassinations of MLK and Malcolm X to the COINTELPRO and torture programs to now UAPs. The federal government has kept the American public in the dark about issues of immense public interest. The federal government has routinely made excuses for failing to provide transparency to the public, the most common of which is national security concerns. Mr. Spielberger, can you provide an example of when national security was inappropriately used as a pretext for classification?
Congresswoman, probably one of the most infamous examples of that is the 9/11 Commission that found that overclassification was a key factor in the failure to adequately prevent the attacks of that day.
In addition to that, what lessons from these oversight failures should guide Congress in approaching UAP oversight?
Generally speaking, we would advise this Congress to ensure that agencies adopt a general policy in favor of disclosure instead of a knee-jerk needing to overclassify information and documents. We should ensure that when information is classified or deemed sensitive, it's only for legitimate national security and privacy concerns. And we would recommend adding additional factors to the considerations of cost, value, and certainly to the extent that it's critical for the public interest and the public's right to know, especially when we are talking about these very serious national security concerns and implications.
Can you speak to how whistleblowers have historically helped Congress uncover the truth in other areas and how that might apply here?
Absolutely. So again, Congress has always relied on whistleblowers coming forward and making disclosures in a number of different issues across different agencies, anything from national security to airline safety, railway safety, environmental concerns, workplace health and safety, a lot of issues coming out of the COVID pandemic, for example. Whistleblowers have come forward with important disclosures on just about any critical issue affecting our government and affecting the American people, all of which have grave implications for the rights and protections that we have and how we live our lives in communities across the country.
How important is it for whistleblowers to have strong protections when it comes to UAP-related disclosures or disclosures of other topics of excessive government secrecy?
It's absolutely vital. This has been one of the disappointing failures of doing this work, of advocating for stronger whistleblower protections. We recognize the invaluable public service that brave whistleblowers play in coming forward, again, taking all of these risks that we've heard about just to speak the truth, to get important information out in the public consciousness, but they can only do so when we have safe and secure channels for reporting, when there is trust in the independence of agency watchdogs like inspectors general, like the Office of Special Counsel, like the Merit Systems Protection Board, that play critical roles in investigating whistleblower disclosures and enforcing the protections of whistleblowers. All of that is essential to allow whistleblowers to keep coming forward and playing these incredibly important public roles.
Thank you so much. Let me just say this. People look at Congress, especially now, and they see a lack of unity. They don't see the ability for us to come together really on much of anything. I will say that I do applaud the chairwoman and the work of this committee because for once I feel like we are focusing on governing, which should be about transparency. The reality is that we cause more harm than good when we allow a lack of transparency to fester. It allows for all types of conspiracy theories instead of us actually making the investments that we need to make to get the information and actually provide it to the American people. The reason that I wanted to focus on making sure that we answer some questions specifically around the protections of those that are willing to come forward is because the only way that we can make this government actually work for all of us is if no matter where you are in this federal government, you feel as if you are safe when you come forward with information of any issue. And so I do want to thank you for all of your stories. The reality is that we only get 5 minutes and the vast majority of everything that you have to say cannot be contextualized within 5 minutes. But I know that my colleagues are going to get to kind of pulling some more of that out. But again, I really just want to thank you for your courage in this moment and thank you for your service to our country.
I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady, and thank you, Ranking Member Crockett. I see a lot of friends out there, and I see a couple enemies, so I'll try to remember that. But it's a pleasure being here. I want to remind people, too, this thing is an ongoing deal. We're not going to get this overnight. We've been fighting this battle, some of y'all, for 30 years and maybe longer. I hope we just keep focused on what we're trying to get to is total disclosure. We get a little wrapped up in a lot of things, but the government has something and they need to turn it over to us. We pay their dadgum salary, you pay our salary, and you ought to get more out of us than you do. And that's what disgusts me about this whole thing. I think they're just trying to run the clock out on us, really. They'll poke us a little and they'll make jokes to us and try to pull us off the target, but I think we know where we're at. And that's why they're firing at us, because we are over the target. My first question is Mr. Knapp. I recently introduced the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act to help provide whistleblower protection to federal personnel for disclosing the use of federal taxpayer funds to investigate UFOs. I still don't want to say UAPs. How can Congress further increase whistleblower protections?
I think you got to unleash the dogs and go track down the money and where it goes, because a lot of this stuff has been moved out of government.
Sure.
As you know, Rep. Burchett, it's been given to private contractors who stashed it away. They've had it for so long that there's nobody left inside government, or very few, who know where it is.
And they do that to keep us from FOIA, correct?
Yeah, it's to keep it from FOIA. And I think that the contractors who've had this stuff for a very long time set their own standards about who is allowed to know what. And it's a very small group that ever cracks that. I think Representative Luna has been looking at the use of classifications to hide things. I'm not sure that even this committee getting security clearances that should allow you to see this stuff would allow you to follow where it really goes.
I worry about the people that are looking at it and don't even know what they're looking at. I mean, it's gone through so many, I mean, since Roswell, for instance. I mean, you think there's nobody even alive that was around any of that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
I don't think they've made much progress from the people that I've talked to. I don't think they've made much progress in learning that technology. Might have made some, but you wonder, you know, the implication is tic-tac. Oh, yeah, that's ours. What flew over Washington, D.C. in '52, is that ours too? When are you going to break that out? You guys authorized tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars on weapon systems that can't do half of what we've seen UFOs do. So when do they break this out? If it's really a classified project, could change the world. I don't think they've made much progress, and I think they've been lying to us and to you and the rest of the world, and they're still doing it.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. How did you manage to obtain the classified Russian UAP documents, and how did you get them back in the United States?
Well, I met this Russian physicist who was in the United States lecturing.
And I want to clarify that. I can't even take a thing of honey home on my airplane when I fly back to Tennessee.
Yeah,
so
I did something pretty dumb.
And I'm bitter about it, but go ahead.
I did something kind of dumb. I met with these officials who, you know, during that time period, glasnost, perestroika, the Russians were trying to open up to the world, and I saw it as a window of opportunity, and it was. And we were able to talk these folks into providing us information that otherwise we would never have seen. Some of that was classified. I found out that they only stamped the top pages of these documents that were classified, so I just removed them. I removed those pages, and I carried them out. And if they'd caught me, I'd be in a gulag still.
Yeah. We'd be saying, what happened to George Knapp? Oh, yeah. What happened to the Russians that came forward to you in 1993, and were there any repercussions for them?
Well, there were. The first thing that happened when I talked about this after getting back and going through the files and things and sifting through it, the Russian physicist who had helped us introduced all these people wrote back and said there was a huge eruption, that there was the real right, far autocratic forces that wanted a return of the USSR had really go after these guys. They described them as traitors. Nikolai Kapranov, the physicist friend of mine, said, look, if this had happened 5 years earlier, we would be in prison. If it had happened 10 years earlier, we would have been shot. Right. Luckily, at that point, Putin was not in power, but none of those people that we talked to on that trip in 1993 would ever talk to me again. I went back in 1996, and it was like I had the plague. I spoke to different people, but they were scared. And eventually, the story was spun where the Ministry of Defense officials who gave us this information were described as ufologists who said there was nothing really significant to these files. They didn't really find anything a big deal. And I can tell you, you'll see those files that I shared with you, they did find stuff. There was an incident in October of 1982 over an ICBM base where UFOs popped up, was observed over this base where the missiles are pointed at us, United States. These UFOs perform incredible maneuvers. They split apart, they fuse back together. They'd appear and disappear, and right at the end of this 4-hour period, the launch control codes for the ICBMs lit up. Something entered the correct codes, the missiles were fired up and ready to launch, and they could not shut it down. The Russian officers were panicking. The UFOs they disappeared, The launch control system goes back to normal. Colonel Sokolov and his team came in, took the thing apart, could not figure out what it was. It wasn't a power surge or EMPs or some of the baloney excuses that our country has given for similar events involving our nuclear missiles. They thought it was a message from wherever the UFOs were from. And that's a chilling thing. I mean, we were a couple of seconds away from World War III starting, and the UFOs were responsible for it.
All right, I'm out of time, but real quick, who are the contractors that have this material, the corporations?
Well, one of them is Lockheed. And I'll tell you, I mean, I'm not saying Lockheed's the bad guys. They're doing what they were asked to do. Sure. They have lied about this because that's what they're supposed to do. But Lockheed would be one. There's a list I can give you, Congressman. Some of the big ones, the usual suspects.
Okay, thank you. Yield back, Chair Lady. Sorry for going over.
It's all good.
It's all George Knapp's fault.
I now recognize Ms. Boebert for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Wiggins, based on your training and operational experience, could the behavior that you witnessed, a transmedium object vanishing without a sound, be explained by any known technology that we possess or other governments possess?
It cannot. No.
And has any government agency debriefed you or any of your shipmates regarding the EOIR and radar confirmed UAP encounter aboard USS Jackson?
No one has, no, ma'am.
What was that encounter like when you brought that up? If you want to briefly summarize that, when you brought that to their attention and then you were not provided any follow-up, who was told and how did you feel when there was no contact back to you?
As far as the actual incident happening
Yes,
or
sir.
the reporting level?
Yes, Chief.
It was within the event happening. My duties are to report to the tactical action officer on watch while we're standing watch. So tactical action officer was there. I made my report. I've not had any discussion outside of that day. There's been no communication to me or requests from me within inside of the military. But speaking of that actual incident itself, once the report was made to the tactical action officer, that's when I made the decision to ask the individual watchstander that was controlling Sapphire to be able to slew into the location. And that's what you see in the video itself, is when the watchstander is slewing in and kind of showing us what we're looking at. But outside of that, that's as far as the reporting went that I know of.
Thank you, Chief. Just for the sake of time, Mr. Nuccetelli, has AARO, the Air Force, or the FBI ever followed up with you personally about the Red Square event?
I did have follow-up by AARO, nothing with the Air Force. The AARO office updated me, I think, at least 2 times. They let me know that they were unable to locate any records, that the records had been destroyed by the Air Force. The Air Force is destroying all their police records every 3 years on a schedule. So
You were informed that these documents were destroyed.
Well, I have a Freedom of Information Act from the Air Force that states clearly that they destroy all police records on a 3-year schedule.
Okay. So they were sitting on documentation, destroyed it, refused to question any of the lead investigators, anything leading into this investigation?
Yeah, basically, they destroyed all the police records. So you couldn't even, call the Air Force and ask them if there was a vehicle accident in that time frame. So that's a big problem. We're losing data in real time. So we'll never be able to go back and track.
I think our federal government has a history of destroying records. Thank you very much, Mr. Nuccetelli. Dr. Borland, as a geospatial intelligence officer, have you seen classified data indicating UAPs operate in restricted U.S. airspace, and has that information been withheld from Congress?
I have not in U.S. airspace. That is intelligence oversight, so I did not have domestic authorities.
After filing your Inspector General complaint over retaliation inside the Pentagon's UAP office, did you receive any kind of protection or just more retaliation?
Within the IG or AARO, ma'am?
Either.
AARO, They went after the staff member and classified everything, shut that down. The IG, to this day, I don't even know if my complaint's active. I know my attorney that represented me was very, very, very concerned. And the best of my understanding, I was determined credible, not urgent.
And do you think that that experience would suggest that the internal UAP investigations may be compromised?
Possibly. I mean, it's so hard because this goes back to people doing the job they're told to do, and very few people are going to want to give up their careers, 20, 30-year pension, get rid of their kids' health care, get rid of their house. It's possible, yes.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Borland. Mr. Spielberger, do national security whistleblowers currently have any external appeals processes to challenge retaliation, or are they just stuck relying on the same agencies that they're accusing?
Congresswoman, this is one of the biggest concerns that we at POGO have, basically around the independence of investigations and accountability for retaliation. Basically, yes, national security whistleblowers have to rely on internal administrative processes that go through agency inspector generals. There are some differentiations, but the bottom line is that they are forced to rely on protection from the same agencies and people who they are alleging retaliated against them.
Yes, well, I thank you all for your bravery. We are out of time here. Thank you so much for coming forward, and we will do everything that we can to ensure that you are all protected. Thank you for trying to bring truth and transparency to the American people. Madam Chair, I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Burleison for about 5 minutes.
Thank you, everyone. It takes such great courage to come forward, and we acknowledge that, and I hope that you see that we are taking that seriously. And so very thankful for what you're doing today. I'm also very thankful for previous witnesses that have come forward. I see Matthew Brown in the audience. He courageously stepped forward and was as a witness. I encourage everybody to look and seek his testimony. I want to thank the people that came in our first hearing. Ryan Graves, David Grush, David Fravor. And in our second hearing, Admiral Gallaudet, Lou Elizondo, and Mr. Gold. And the many others that have come forward. We hear you, and it's time that we, enough is enough. It's time that we take action. Look, I'm not jumped to the conclusion that I believe that there are, aliens coming from another planet. But I'm open to that. And I think that it's our responsibility, especially when we're seeing that we have a government that is actively blocking information from us. Just last night, I tried to get an amendment onto the National Defense Authorization Act that fit in the germaneness of that bill to have UAP disclosure. And conveniently, it was named non-germane, mostly deemed by staff, not even an elected official. This is the kind of stuff that we repeatedly see. Last year, we were blocked by someone in House administration from being able to receive a full briefing from AARO. So not an elected official, but someone in staff blocked us. And I've had it. Enough is enough. I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe, this was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. That you cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, have you heard about events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. You know, the public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that? What
Again,
flies like that?
again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? I want to ask this just question. How in the world, this is the document, I want to enter this in for the record if it hasn't already been entered, Madam Chair. The document
So
that you
ordered.
provided on thread 3, this is a huge file. How in the world did you smuggle this out of Russia?
Carefully.
In your socks?
And I don't think I want to be really specific about it because I might have to go back there and get some more sometime. Although, no, that'd be crazy to do that. Well, I took the top pages off that were stamped with the security signature, and I carried them out on my person. But the rest of them I just threw in my suitcase and threw some caviar in there as a distraction as well, and hoped for the best. Otherwise, I'd be a citizen of Siberia right now.
And you had you reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lakatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one, and I don't know. I think that's enough confirmation that we do have recovered discs and materials.
Lastly, Mr. Borland, in the classified realm, have you been exposed to undeniable confirmation of NHI technology? And then my second question is Base Systems involved in any way with reverse engineering exploitation of non-human intelligence craft?
Yeah, we're gonna have to have a conversation this Skip for that. Whether I'm legally even allowed to answer that, and whether you're even allowed to hear it, sir.
Okay. Again, you can sense our frustration. And so I just want to thank you for coming forward. We will continue to fight because, look, this is about making sure that this government belongs to the people and restoring the republic the way it was intended to be. Madam Chair, I also have further witnesses of courageous individuals. It was given to me by Dr. Stephen Greer, including Michael Herrera and his testimony. We have Roderick Castle and his testimony, Randy Anderson, his testimony, Stephen Digna, and others, 3 others, all saying similar things to what the witnesses today have said, and I would like to enter that into the record as well.
No objection.
Thank you.
I now recognize Representative Lee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we need to make sure that we don't get distracted by sensational stories only of unidentified anomalous phenomena and lose track of what the core of this hearing is about. This is all a perfect example of why whistleblowers are so important and why it's so important that we step up and protect them. With Trump, RFK Jr., EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, and others committed to dismantling government and firing professionals who do dare to speak out against the threats this administration's disastrous policies create, we have to focus on protecting all whistleblowers, not only the ones who are reporting on UAP. I'd like to thank the whistleblowers who have agreed to come before the committee today and speak their truth. This administration's claims to care about waste, fraud, and abuse, and so often it is the whistleblowers who care and who are the tip of the sword fighting against the real waste, fraud, and abuse. One study found that whistleblowers expose fraud at more than twice the rate of third-party auditors. So, Mr. Spielberger, what are some of the best examples of whistleblowers exposing fraud and abuse in the federal government?
Thank you, Congresswoman. Again, whistleblowers have played such a vital role across so many different issues. One prominent example goes back to the 2014 VA waitlist scandal. Pogo actually played a very instrumental role coordinating with Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America. At that time, we received tips and whistleblower disclosures from over 800 different individuals talking about the VA subjecting veterans to extensive wait times in order to get the basic standard of care that they deserve. It certainly prolonged serious illnesses, even contributing to hastened deaths, and we were able to help shed more light on that issue, which I think just emphasizes the importance, even outside of the national security context. We are often still talking about serious issues and even life and death concerns.
And unfortunately, whistleblowers can whistleblowing can lead to serious repercussions and retaliation, especially in this vindictive and lawless administration. Mr. Spielberger, in the past, what kinds of retaliation have they faced, and what are we seeing today under the Trump administration?
So we've certainly heard about a number of different examples of retaliation. One that I'd like to highlight that Mr. Borland referenced previously is retaliation through abuse of the security clearance process. That can have grave implications not just for a whistleblower, but also their ability to seek legal counsel and defend themselves against retaliation. And when we look at the past several months of this administration, unfortunately, we've seen a really systematic approach toward dismantling the nonpartisan civil service. We've seen the mass firings. We've seen undermining of independent agency watchdogs, mass firings of inspectors general, undermining the Office of Special Counsel, the Merit Systems Protection Board. Again, these entities that are meant to be independent and play a critical role in investigating whistleblower disclosures and ensuring that their rights are protected.
Yeah. Thank you. In 1989, Congress passed the Whistleblower Protection Act and then broadened it again in 2012 to ensure that federal workers could feel free to come forward to their elected officials. And it's a good thing we did, because whistleblowers have played a more important role than ever since Trump has taken office. It was thanks to a whistleblower that we learned that DOJ allegedly put every single American's personal security information at risk by bypassing safeguards and copying all this data to an unsecure server. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article titled, quote, "DOJ put critical Social Security data at risk," whistleblower says.
Good to go.
Thanks. We've had whistleblowers at the National Labor Relations Board reveal that DOJ minions may have shipped case files outside of the agency, possibly to help then co-president Elon Musk continue to exploit his workers. And last week, whistleblowers at the National Institute of Health came forward to say that RFK Jr.'s vaccine misinformation campaign had pervaded even the highest levels of the agency. Typically, whistleblowers have an inspector general they can rely on to investigate their claims and register issues with agency leadership. But President Trump has fired or demoted over 20 inspectors general. If I may ask one more question, Mr. Spielberger, can you explain how eroding the independence and capabilities of inspectors general further endanger these whistleblowers?
Absolutely. So again, whistleblowers already face incredibly great challenges in coming forward under normal circumstances. And when we erode these entities that are expected and required to enforce whistleblower protections, fairly investigate their disclosures, it calls into question the integrity of their investigations and findings, whether they'll take whistleblowers seriously when they come forward, and whether we can trust that they will use their authority to enforce the protections of whistleblowers who do come forward, essentially whether they will continue in their role as an independent watchdog or basically become a lapdog for a current or future president.
Thank you. And I will take no more liberties. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Crane for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Chairwoman, for holding this hearing. Thank you to the witnesses for appearing. In the effort of transparency here, I got to admit to the witnesses that, growing up, I really never believed in UFOs or any of this stuff. I always thought it was a little kooky and whatnot, but after hearing your testimony from honorable service members, watching videos like my colleague Mr. Burleison just presented, I gotta admit I've become a believer. Not that I know where these things come from or what they really are up to, but I'd like to start with asking the witnesses. Mr. Nuccetelli, you were in the Air Force, right?
Yes.
Did you believe in UFOs prior to your encounter?
I've always been interested.
Okay. Chief Wiggins, you're currently in the Navy, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you believe in UFOs before your encounter?
I did. I'm from Las Vegas, and I've watched George Knapp my whole life.
Okay. What about you, Mr. Borland?
I have always been open to where facts go, so.
Were you guys scared or hesitant to come forward and tell your story because of fear and believing that you might be reprimanded or ostracized from society because of your stories? Mr. Nuccetelli?
Yes, absolutely. I probably would not have come forward if I didn't have documentation to prove some of my story, and I also wouldn't have come forward without the people that paved the way for us in the first congressional hearing. So,
Chief, what about you?
Once I got the okay from the Navy from top down, that gave me a level of relief. Prior to that, I didn't have any thought left or right of that, but thank the Navy to give me the go-ahead, and that gave me the relief that I would not have any level of reprisal or anything happen to me.
Mr. Borland, how about you?
Absolutely. I mean, after I went through everything, it was pretty clear that I caused a major issue in the executive branch, so I did what I was supposed to do, and that's why I haven't spoken publicly. That's why I'm happy to be here. This is how I wanted this to be done in regards to me.
Mr. Borland, why do you think that you faced reprimand and discipline for your effort to come forward and be transparent about what you saw?
About what I saw is the reason why I got into what I know and has been disclosed to AARO and the IG. And I think that information, well, it was labeled an extremely sensitive national security issue.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp, I've watched many of your videos on Joe Rogan and other places. One of the big questions, I think, for many of us is why do you believe that the federal government refuses to be transparent about this issue?
I think there's probably multiple reasons. At the start, when these things first started invading our skies in large numbers, we were scared. It was right after World War II, and we didn't know what they were, and they didn't want to panic the public, and that was probably a good call. Over time, I think the lying sort of became institutionalized, Flights over Washington, D.C. in 1952, they're seen, they're captured on radar, jets are chased after these objects, and then we get an explanation it was a temperature inversion. And those kind of lies have been told for a long time. What was told to me by an investigator from Congress, a guy named Richard D'Amato, who was sent after this story by Robert Byrd and Harry Reid, he came out to Nevada, tried to get into Area 51, did get in there, looked around, talked to people, trying to get to the bottom of it. He believed that this program, reverse engineering, et cetera, was had been moved inside these corporations. And he said, when this comes out, people are going to go to prison. And he meant people who were basically misusing legitimate national security funds, tens of billions of dollars, in order to keep this cover-up going. I also believe there's a legitimate reason for the cover-up in that there is undeniable connection of national security involved in this technology. If we are racing for it to master that technology against the Russians and the Chinese, which is what I have been told by Senator Reid and many others, then it is a race that's critical to our survival. There could be a form of disclosure, I think. Yes, it's real, it's from somewhere else, without revealing all the details that would allow someone else to have an advantage in the race for this technology.
Thank you. Finally, I'd like to enter into the testimony a letter I sent to the DoD regarding the case of Major David Charles Grush, a UAP whistleblower who's been extremely helpful to this committee. Unfortunately, due to his participation in the disclosure of UAP, he suffered reprisal like the removal of his clearance, denial of promotion, and loss of medical retirement. I wrote the DoD on July 24th, 2025 on behalf of Major Grush, and I'm still waiting for a reply. I appreciate any help the committee can offer to get a response. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, we'll be following up with the DoD after this hearing. Thank you, Representative Crane. I'd next like to recognize Representative Gill for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Luna, for holding this hearing, and I'd like to yield a minute of my time to you.
Perfect. My first question is to Mr. Knapp. Mr. Knapp, how do we know that the files that you obtained from the former Soviet government are not BS and just given to you as a disinformation campaign against the U.S. government?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I shared some of them with the Senate Intelligence Committee when I first got back because that was requested by the Russians who shared some of that information with me. Secondly, I gave all of that material to the DIA through BASS, the OSAP program, sorry for the acronyms.
Can you name names real quick? Sorry.
At BASS or OSAP?
Who did you give them to directly?
I gave them to Robert Bigelow and to Jim Lukatsky. And they hired a whole team to go through them and retranslate them and analyze it. And they created a structure of how the UFO programs in the USSR and Russia were put together. They said they were real. The other person who said they were real is David Grush.
Noted. Thank you. Representative Gill.
Yep. And thank you. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Eric Burleison.
Thank you, Representative Gill. Mr. Wiggins, Chief Wiggins, in your view, what mechanisms such as internal protocols, witness debriefings, or cross-agency documentation should be better established in order to ensure that such a credible sighting like the one that you have given are preserved and made available to oversight bodies like this?
Thank you, sir. As a active duty Navy member, our mission is to carry out the ship's mission or the command's mission. And we, on a general basis, don't have knowledge of what to do when we see things like this. We just don't. We're there to do our mission and do what's told of us, right? So I think what would be important is giving active duty members a clear way of being able to report things like this to where it gets to this point. And ensuring that we have a standard level of understanding that there wouldn't be any level of reprisal or anything happening. Because, you know, I've been in the Navy for almost 24 years, but what about the sailors that have been in for 2 years that experience things like this? They're not gonna have the knowledge, or they'll probably be a little bit more fearful to speak up, being it that their career is just starting.
Yeah, I want to commend you. You're the first witness to come forward that is currently serving, and it's recognized. And so I thank you. And your testimony is unbelievable. Let me ask this question. Are you familiar with the Witness Protection Act that Representative Burchett has filed?
I'm not too familiar, sir.
Anyone on the committee familiar with it? It's fantastic. It's the language that we need. It's language that will protect whistleblowers from any kind of reprisal, and yet it's again and again blocked by this body in some way. Many a times it's being blocked not by elected officials but by staff behind the scenes. And the other bill, the UAP Disclosure Act, which was filed last year, Senator Schumer, who I cannot believe that there's a topic that he and I agree on, but he and I agree on this topic. He has sponsored it in the Senate. He put it on the National Defense Authorization Act last year. Remarkably, I can't get it on it was stripped out by the House last year, and I can't get it onto the bill leaving the House this year. Mr. Knapp, how far would that bill go to actually getting the answers that we need?
Pretty far. I think that they're still going to have roadblocks. You know, the keepers of the secrets, the private companies that have been doing this job for intelligence agencies for a long time, are not going to cough it up. You'd have to force it out of them. And whether you can get them to admit that they have it or not, I mean, they're supposed to lie about it. They've been lying about it. You know, more power to you. I hope it works. I hope it passes this time. But it's a daunting challenge to get them to open up after lying about it for more than 75 years.
Yeah. And then finally, Mr. Borland, when you engaged with AARO in 2023, you noted that their public statements did not match the reality that you and others had witnessed. In your assessment, what were the key limitations of AARO?
You know, I would put it to you this way. The statement AARO has made is scientific evidence of extraterrestrials. Scientific evidence requires a scientific control. Extraterrestrial is an entity on another planet. The only way to scientifically prove extraterrestrial is we have to go to that planet, acquire technology, bring it back, and compare it to what we have here.
So you're saying they won't let anything out because, or they won't come forward unless they confirm that unless they go to the planet and confirm where its origin is?
That would be scientific evidence, yes. And by that statement, AARO found no scientific evidence of extraterrestrials is basically, I don't want to call it a psyop, but a misrepresentation, because we do have things. But making that statement is not technically a lie. It's a misrepresentation of the full truth.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I, just since we're on that topic real quick, how do we get to these other planets? How do we pass the Van Allen radiation belt safely?
Good question for you. I cannot answer that for you.
I would now like to recognize Mr. Perry for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think I'll start with maybe Mr. Borland. So you have a clearance, right? You're in uniform, you have a clearance. When did you leave service? What year?
I left in 2013, February
2013.
25th.
Who was the president, if you recall?
2013 would have been President Obama, sir.
Wasn't President Trump, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so you have a clearance, right? You're serving in uniform, you have a clearance.
Yes,
Your
sir.
story, you know, I think many of us are kind of picturing the scene. You walk out in the flight line, having a smoke, this event occurs. Do you have the perception, at least I do, based on your story, that this involves the U.S. government? Whatever you saw involves the U.S. government.
That is 100% my opinion then and now.
And was there an after action? Do you do a daily debrief of the activities of the day? Was any of that recorded? Was there a conversation with the command? Was there any documentation that you know of at the time?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, like I said, I talked about it on the ops floor, and a couple of people had pulled me aside, some older enlisted, and were like, you probably want to keep that to yourself.
So did you get the impression that they knew what you were talking about, just didn't want you to harm your career or seem crazy, or that they didn't really witness? Did you know anybody else that witnessed what you saw?
Again, not that night. Like I said, the only people that would have been out there would have been security forces, and then those of us that were doing ops.
Security forces in uniform or contract?
Probably both.
Did you talk to them? Did anybody talk to them in an after action?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Was there any interest in the command to determine and verify what you saw?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
It's unfortunate. Chief Wiggins, thank you for your service. Gentlemen, thanks all of you for your courage to be here. Your story's a little bit different. Sounds like it, well, for both of you guys, and also Mr. Nuccetelli, if this were sanctioned by the U.S. government, even though you have a clearance, but it's classified above the clearance level, do you see any reason why they would allow you access, being present, viewing it, hearing it, you know, being around it? Like, what is this, an accident? Like, does the U.S. government make these kind of accidents? They make accidents, mistakes like this? Like, oh, we're doing this test of this new system, and we forgot these guys were standing here. Does that sound like something that the U.S. government would do?
No, sir. Some of the launches we were doing were like $5 billion projects that had taken like 10 years to develop the technology. And these objects were coming right up to the launch pad. So any kind of mistake, I mean, it could cause a catastrophe.
Right.
So it's very confusing why these objects would be operating in and around our bases or during training exercises.
So it would lend you to believe that the U.S. government had nothing to do with whatever it is you saw.
Correct.
They wouldn't want it there because it would potentially interrupt the proceedings at the time. Was there an after action? Was there a discussion by your command was there an investigation? It's pretty significant activities that you were involved in. Was there an investigation that you know of?
We conducted investigations in real time.
Right.
And we document all the evidence, but as far as anything from higher up, I don't know if there was an investigation done. No information came down on what we should do.
Were you
to
ever
mitigate-
interviewed at someone else's request?
About that incident?
Yeah, about the incident.
I don't believe so.
Do you think you find that odd? If something happens, you're around multi-million, maybe billion-dollar operations and launches of national security interests, very sensitive. There's an anomaly in the operation.
The only person witnessed it, saw a UAP at Vandenberg at that time frame, that was interviewed was the one that witnessed the thing land.
Why wouldn't, well, I don't know why I'm asking you, but it seems to me that we would want to interview everybody associated, even not associated, to find out if they were associated. Chief Wiggins, how about you? Was there an investigation? Was there an after action? Was there documentation on the incident that you were privy to?
No, sir, not that I know of. And in my previous experience as an operations specialist, all operations that I've been a part of have been deliberate. So
Yeah.
they're
And deliberate operations, after the operation, you conduct an after-action review, or that's what the Army calls it. I don't know what I imagine the Navy has something similar to determine your weaknesses, your successes. Do you do that in regard to this incident?
No, sir. The Navy calls it after-action reports, and not to my knowledge was there an after-action report of this incident, sir.
It's unfortunate. Thank you, Chair. I yield.
I now recognize Mr. Biggs for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I'll tell you that today's testimony should alarm every American, no matter their views on UAPs. This isn't simply about UAPs. It's about government integrity, the responsible use of taxpayer funds, and Congress's constitutional duty to oversee the executive branch. We've heard evidence of critical information hidden in special access programs, off limits to virtually every elected representative, and certainly to the public. Credible witnesses report retaliation for speaking out. These are clear attempts to silence those who are exposing the truth. We must protect the whistleblowers. And decades of government disinformation have eviscerated public trust. So this isn't a partisan matter. It's a constitutional matter. And when you talk about the VAs, Ms. Spielberger, and all the problems that they had, the hub of that was Phoenix. And they went after the whistleblowers there. And that was under the Obama administration. So it doesn't matter which administration, which party, both parties have got to come clean, particularly on this. So if the government thinks it can hide the truth and punish those who speak out, Congress has to keep pushing until the facts, whatever they are, wherever they lead, come to light. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Knapp, first. You've interviewed numerous UAP whistleblowers over the years. The question is, how do you verify their claims before deciding they're credible enough to report on?
It's a combination of factors. First, you check their credentials. Did they really serve where they said they did, and did they work where they said they did? Are there any other witnesses? Is there visual proof, film, footage, things of that sort? You ask the people around them that know them, that used to work with them, if they're credible people. That's one way. You know, I think about AARO, the organization that this body created to deal with witnesses and whistleblowers. I hope I'm not taking too much of your time here, but they invited people to come forward, service members who knew, saw things and had experiences. And I can tell you that the people that I have talked to who went through that are deeply disappointed. There was a guy named Bob Jacobs who was a lieutenant attached to Vandenberg in 1964. His unit would record missile tests. They recorded all of them. On one of these particular tests, a UFO comes out of nowhere, zaps what looks like a laser beam at what would have been a nuclear dummy, a nuclear weapon, and disabled it. And he is called into the commander's office. Two guys in suits clip that film footage out that shows the UFO, and he's ordered to never talk about it. He comes forward to AARO. He heeds the call, thinking he's doing his duty as an American to tell that story, and they completely dismissed him. They made up a story that they had tracked down the original footage, and there was nothing like that in it. Well, there was no original footage. It had been taken away the day the footage was recorded. He is deeply disappointed. People like Bob Salas, who had worked at a nuclear ICBM base, who saw UFOs flying over the base, and these missile silos were taken down. He went to AARO too and was completely disregarded. It almost looks like AARO operated as a counterintelligence operation to get people to come in, tell their stories, and then discredit all of them. I can't imagine that any whistleblower or witness will ever go to AARO again because of what happened under the first director, who's now long gone, but still seems to act as the spokesperson for that organization.
And I would say, Madam Chair, maybe at some point we need to really dig deep into AARO, and I would encourage us.
Oh, I'd be happy to send maybe a subpoena to Mr. Kilpatrick.
That'd be fun. Mr. Nuccetelli, you've testified that official Air Force records of the Red Square incident are now held by AARO and the FBI. Has Congress or you been denied access to those records, and on what grounds would we be denied access, you or us?
No, the records are unclassified, so
okay,
provide them to.
In the 2003 to 2005 incidents you described, were any physical effects, electromagnetic interference, radio anomalies, or security system disruptions documented in base logs or any reports, official reports?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Mr. Wiggins, has the full resolution unedited footage of your incident been provided to Congress?
Yes.
Okay. Were you or your crew ever instructed formally or informally not to document or discuss the event? Ever?
No.
Good. Mr. Borland, you've talked about manipulation of your security clearance records. Can you identify which agencies or offices were responsible and whether they provided any written justification?
I can do that in a skiff, sir, 100%. Because of being a part of a multi-agency special access program, I cannot give those publicly.
So I'd encourage us, Madam Chair, to have that skiff meeting if we can. And then, Mr. Borland, again for you. You testified that you withheld certain sources and methods from AARO due to mistrust. Can you give us some specifics that led you to believe they were misrepresenting the truth?
Well, as I said already, what I said about scientific methods, scientific control, extraterrestrials, I mean, I know what I've seen, I know what I know, and I know it's true. So any agency that's going to go public and try and manipulate the public perception of this subject in such a way that is negative when I know the truth about it is why I had extreme reservations with it, and also what I've been through and other whistleblowers and people in the know about this subject have been through.
So, Madam Chair, thank you for letting me wave on. I think the key thing there you talked about was manipulation of message, manipulation of narrative. That is really the problem with this entire the system that we've seen since you've started these wonderful hearings, Madam Chair, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Biggs. The chair would now like to recognize Mr. Begich for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question, Mr. Borland, earlier today you mentioned that in a skiff, you would be able to discuss whether a member of Congress is actually legally able to access certain information. Under what authority would a member of Congress be restricted from accessing information on this topic, even within a skiff?
I would suggest reaching out to Director Gabbard and speaking with her about that. I'm hopeful that this goes back to the executive branch and who even has authority. Unfortunately, I can't give you a 100% solid answer because I don't even have that knowledge.
Next question to George Knapp. What is the estimated annual budget, your view, for the program for investigating or reverse engineering UAP-related technology, including official, misappropriated, or black budget funds?
I wouldn't have a clue. I don't know of any person that's ever seen it.
Does anyone on this panel wish to address that question? Okay, moving on. Are any of you willing to name specific gatekeepers within the root cell of the UAP-SAP Federation?
You mean specific people and contractors that have dealt with this and kept the secret?
Specific individuals.
Well, one of them was named Dr. James Ryder at Lockheed. But, you know, again, to emphasize, I don't fault these contractors for doing what they were asked to do by our government. They're supposed to lie if people ask about it. And the intelligence agencies who gave this stuff to them, CIA, I think primarily, told them to keep it quiet, and they've done that. And I suspect that they'd like an off-ramp, that they'd like some help with figuring out this technology at some point.
And this is, again, available to anyone, is there a security classification guide for UAP or NHI?
I remember in the 2003 or 2023 hearing, it was stated that all UAP-related material is classified secret or above.
I have a name for you.
Go ahead.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA.
Glenn Gaffney, CIA. Another question for you, Mr. Knapp. What is, in your view, having investigated this issue for so many years, what is the long game with respect to disclosure of this information to the public? Because with the advent of essentially a video camera and a high megapixel phone in everybody's pocket, at some point, this information is going to be impossible to withhold from the public. What do you think is the long game here?
Well, the secret's out. I mean, how many videos have there been already? You know, videos that are leaked from within the military and intelligence agencies and contractors and sensor platforms. It's out there. But they have the high ground. The people that don't want us to take it seriously dismiss it, discredit the witnesses, come up with a cover story. I mean, it's been out there a long time. The public senses that it's real, and the people in authority dismiss them. It's a game that's been going on a long time, and I don't think they're ever going to release it. I think that there's an attitude among the people that have been involved in this for a long time that the public doesn't deserve to know, and that the public probably can't handle it, but they can.
Final question, again, this one's open to anyone who'd like to answer it. Describe your understanding of the org chart or lines of control within the executive branch with respect to these topics. And if you'd like to address that in a skiff, feel free to say so.
That could work as long as I'm legally allowed to and you are legally allowed to receive it.
I think these programs are in the executive branch, National Security Council and over on that side. That seems to be what some of our witnesses have told us over the years. So you can, you know, Congress can file all kinds of requests. The FOIAs can be filed with the Department of Defense, Department of War now, and they can honestly say, well, we don't have it, because they don't have it.
Thank you. Is there anything in my remaining 30 seconds that you'd like to share on any of these questions that I've asked you today?
I applaud the committee for trying to tackle this monster of an issue. I really appreciate that it might be the only bipartisan issue in Washington where everybody can agree. We've watched multiple hearings now. Everyone is asking the same kind of questions, whether right or left, and honestly want the answers. And you know, Chairwoman Luna, I appreciate your dedication to this, Tim Burchett and the other members, for sticking with it, because you know, it's come up in Congress before, and they had hearings, and then they dropped it for 50 years. So it's going to take a lot of time to get to the bottom of this, and I applaud your commitment to getting to the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C.
Madam Chair, can I ask a parliamentary question of you?
Yeah, sure.
Does this subcommittee have the authority to do subpoenas?
Task force. So the task force, to answer that question, has to do it through full committee.
Okay.
So, and also in regards to immunity, which to Mr. Borland's point, we are going to be doing a motion to ask for immunity for you and a few other people to come into a skiff and tell us what you know without being subject to the Espionage Act, et cetera.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's just kind of an update, but as a task force, because we are not a full subcommittee and there are certain authorities that haven't been granted to us, probably because they don't want us to have it, But there are ways to work around it, so we're kind of figuring that out. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9C, the majority and minority will have an additional 30 minutes each to ask questions of the witnesses without objection. So ordered. With that being said, if you guys want to jump in the queue, I know Representative Crane, Burleison, and likely Burchett have a few more questions. I'll just start out with 2, and then I'll pass the buck to Burleison. Burchett, do you have anything? Yeah. Burchett and then Crane. Just real quick, Mr. Knapp, and short answers, please, because of time. How much of these alleged Russian crash retrieval documents have already been physically out there? So, I mean, percentage-wise of the documents that you submitted to Congress, what was public already and what was not newly released?
Maybe 1%.
Okay, so the rest of it should be predominantly new information.
Yep.
Also, can you just elaborate real quick? I know you had, I think, mentioned a Thread 3 program, but also alleged in those documents, I got through maybe half of them last night. There's a lot, and I don't speak Russian, contrary to what my people might allege. What does the Thread 3, was there any specific programs that existed within the Soviet government or groups to specifically investigate this by name real quick?
It's a number. There's a number in those documents I gave you. There was a larger program that actually had 3 sub-programs that was, Thread 3 was the name I got, and then the DIA guys who looked at it figured out there was a much larger organization.
And it's listed in those documents?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Real quick, I'd like to ask the committee to replay that video that Burleison had played earlier. I want to ask every witness here, specifically ones that have sensor training or have been able to recognize some of this movements real quick. So if you guys can please roll that real quick. Okay, while this is still rolling, Mr. Nuccetelli, real quick yes or no answers. Are you aware of anything in the government, United States government arsenal that can split a Hellfire missile like this?
No.
And do whatever blob thing it did and then keep going? Nothing?
Nothing.
All right, how about you, Chief Wiggins?
Nothing to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and how about you, Mr. Borland?
I prefer to answer that in a skiff.
Okay, does this video scare you guys? Yes or no?
Yes.
Wiggins?
Yes.
Nat?
I had a different reaction. I was really happy that it got out. Thanks for providing that.
Curiosity kills the
Congressman.
cat. All right, Mr. Borland?
Yes, for
Okay. All right, that is the end of my questioning. I'd like to now recognize Mr. Crane.
Thank you. Chief, I was on a ship for a little bit. I was a gunner's mate on the USS Gettysburg for a couple of years. My question to you is, when you had your encounter and you saw it on the screen, you were in the CIC, is that correct?
That's correct. On an LCS ship, the CIC is on the bridge, so it's called ICC-1, but yes, same.
Did a bunch of the other folks in the CIC come and check out what you were looking at?
Yes, we all did. The tactical action officer, myself, the RCO, and 2 others that were on watch. We were all in the same space, so we were all looking at the Sapphire screen all at the same time.
Because in the other couple instances with the witnesses, you guys just saw it by yourself, is that correct? Mr. Borland, you saw it by yourself?
For me, yes, sir.
Mr. Nuccetelli, you saw this by yourself?
No, there were multiple witnesses in every case at Vandenberg.
Okay. So, Chief, did that spread like wildfire throughout the ship in the next day or two, what you guys had seen?
No, sir, it didn't spread throughout the ship, but it spread throughout ICC-1 conversation. As you do your turnover, we talk about it, but it didn't go further than just the watchstanders that stood watch on the bridge and in ICC-1. So it did move around there throughout a few days.
I'm kind of surprised. Stuff usually spreads around the ship pretty fast. Why do you think the rest of your fellow sailors on the boat didn't hear about it?
Potentially uninterest, possibly, with engineers or combat systems like yourself, don't make their way up to the bridge enough to get within sight of the circle of talk about the incident.
Was it hard for you to get permission from the Navy to bring that video?
I myself didn't bring the video. I just saw the video. When I saw the video, I got in touch with Admiral Gallaudet. That's how I wind up knowing about the video itself when I first talked to the Admiral. And you can hear my voice at the back end of the video, and I was like, hey, that's my voice, and I wanted to talk about it.
How long did that encounter take place, Chief?
So the encounter itself, from the time I recognized on my radar to the time after the video ends, was probably about 5 to 7 minutes.
What speed was the object moving at?
When I first witnessed off the port bridge wing the object moving out of the water, what I thought was originally just a light on the water, something on the horizon, and surfacing and going into the air, I then knew it was an air contact. But as an air controller myself, I started thinking and going through kind of like my checklist in my mind. Could it be a helo? But it's not blinking lights. So I then realized this is something I've never seen before. So the speed itself, just going from the horizon to about maybe 4,000 feet in the air, was very slow, slowly rising. And then it sped up. I'm not an expert at knowing specific speeds of aircraft just by visual eye, but I would say probably 1-2 Mach instantly into the rest of the formation. I didn't notice visually with my own eyes the other 3 objects until I went back to my radar and also utilized Sapphire to see that, in fact, there were 4 total. And then again, when they all left after a certain amount of time, it was nearly instantaneous.
So you spotted it visually first, Chief, and then went back to your radar, or did you guys spot it on radar first?
Radar first, because that was my watch station.
And then you went out to the port bridge wing, is that correct?
Correct, to verify what I saw on my radar.
What range was it at, Chief, when you were able to see it visibly?
I would say about 7 nautical miles, 7 to 8 nautical miles of a light from the ship.
Wow. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chief Wiggins, you said that it emerged from the ocean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And before it did, it was glowing. It was a glowing object under the water.
That part I couldn't tell because it was nighttime at 1915 approximately, and it was also at a distance. So it's very hard to tell the difference between something on the horizon and something surfacing from the water. My personal thoughts after seeing what I saw is that it did in fact come from the water, but I don't have visual evidence showing exactly, that it did in fact come from the water. But I had to go through my process of elimination and try to figure out, was this a ship on the horizon just showing its lights at night, but to see it surface, then it made me question, okay, where did this come from? If it's flying and it's not a drone or anything like that, where was its origin? Where did it start?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Knapp, in your testimony and in this document, you detail an event that happened in Russia where their nuclear missiles were activated, and we were close to a World War III at that time, which is startling to hear. It's also good to know that as we have investigated the JFK files as well, that we're learning that that there was a document that was sent between Russia. There was an agreement between Russia and the United States that if they were to see some unidentified objects over sensitive sites, that they would report it to each other. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I'm also familiar with the rhetoric, public rhetoric between President Reagan and Gorbachev at the time, too, that they traded statements about, wouldn't it be something if we were threatened by something from way outside, how we might work together. I know for sure that they had conversations about it, and I know we did reach an agreement to try to lessen the possibility that us detecting a UFO or group of UFOs would not be mistaken for a bunch of Russian missiles. There were exchanges of that sort that went back and forth.
Yeah, and I can imagine this is, to me, the validity of this document is underscored by the fact that Russia would not want this to be known. They absolutely would not want to know, the public to know, or the United States to know, that there was a vulnerability in their missile systems. Would you agree?
Absolutely. And, you know, and we had many similar incidents at our nuclear weapons facilities here that have all been sort of swept under the rug, but it's pretty scary when you take down 10 missile silos during tense times and you don't have a better explanation for it than it was a special test of security mechanisms or using EMPs, which is a preposterous explanation.
Real quick, we're going to cut to Mr. Ogles. He just got back. So we're in a special kind of lightning round, so 5 minutes, and then we'll go back to our line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, at this point, I think it's clear from the hearing that there's advanced technologies that are taking place in our airspace. You know, the question is, and I posed it in one of the previous hearings, is it ours, is it theirs, or is it otherworldly? There may not be a silver bullet at the moment, but when you look back through the hearing and the evidence that's been presented, if you're going to point the American people to one piece of evidence to start their journey on this topic, what would you suggest, sir?
One piece of evidence. I would start with this hearing, in the first hearing. There is no evidence.
But is there a specific, exactly, but is there a specific evidence or footage or document that you think lends extreme credibility to what we're discussing today?
I would say this new video we're seeing today is exceptional evidence that we're dealing with something.
With the kinetic?
Yes.
Mr. Wiggins?
Sir, I'd have to say that if just the average person here in America looked at absolutely everything that has come across television, the internet, etc., you can't tell yourself that 100% of what's being recorded is fake or false. You have to, at some point, understand that there's something else out there.
Well, I mean, and you bring an interesting point. You know, in the law enforcement community, anytime you're conducting an investigation, you're always looking at the totality of the circumstances. You're looking at all the evidence and how they piece together. And so that would be my, you know, advice to the American people, that this is a journey that is just beginning from a congressional perspective, but you have decades of data, some of it not real, much of it is, but thanks to Chairwoman Luna, we're now presenting this to the American people. And I think this latest video from Mr. Burleison is something that should get everyone pause. When you see the 3 orbs that drop, was that in a defensive posture, or was that in an offensive posture? And what capabilities did those orbs have that we, quite frankly, may not have? Mr. Knapp?
As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, what hooked me on the story was the paper trail, these documents that shouldn't exist. We've been told for decades, over and over, there's nothing to it. It's not a threat. You can go about your business. And then when FOIA becomes the law of the land, thousands of pages to the contrary leak out. There's a memo by General Nathan Twining in 1947 when the country was being overflown by dozens of UFOs, hundreds of UFOs, in which he said, look, this is not visionary or fictitious, it's real. These things are craft. They're not ours. They outperform anything we've got. I mean, if you follow the paper trail of documents that they wrote before the military got wise and realized that FOIA really exists and changed their tune and not put things in writing, it spells it out pretty clearly. I'll go refer back to Russia. One incident I did not mention to Representative Burleison is Colonel Sokolov in that Ministry of Defense program said there were 40 incidents where Russian warplanes were sent to intercept UFOs. And they were ordered to fire on them. And for the most part, the UFOs would zip away. 3 of the pilots, though, did fire at these things. Those 3 planes stalled out, crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after that, the Russians changed the standing order. If you see a UFO, leave them alone. No country in the world wants to say and admit that these objects are flying around in our airspace and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, who wants to say that? The U.S. certainly doesn't, and the Russians didn't either.
And I've got to be almost out of time, but Mr. Burleson, then you, sir, real quickly.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think Bob Lazar, and not for the reasons that most would talk about, mainly because Bob Lazar was immediately discredited. They said he never worked where he worked. They said he never did what he did. But yet Bob Lazar showed up with a bunch of friends and a video camera and was filming these test flights in the middle of the desert. So clearly he knew something.
Madam Chairman, if I'm out of time, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Ogles. I'd like to go back now on our lightning round of questioning to Representative Burchett and then Burleson. Burchett, always number one.
As well I should be. Number one in your heart, number 435 on the chart. That's me. Dylan, knowing you testified to AARO, are they obfuscating when they claim to have discovered no evidence of extraterrestrial beings, activity, or technology, and are they lying to the American public?
As I said before, it's a manipulation of the public perception. The statement, scientific evidence of extraterrestrials, is a true statement. It is not the truth about what is happening and what we have.
Would any of y'all like to comment on that further? Mr. Knapp, you're getting edgy.
It's splitting hairs. No proof that they're extraterrestrials. What would that proof look like? A piece of kryptonite? What would it be? I mean, we could be talking about different forms of non-human intelligence. I think the dominant paradigm is that they come from outer space, somewhere else, and they have some way that they can cross those vast distances that we can't even imagine doing. But not necessarily, that's not necessarily the answer. So asking for proof of extraterrestrials might not be the answer at all. It's splitting hairs. We don't know where they're from. I don't know anyone who knows the answer for sure. They call them aliens just as a placekeeper kind of a word, but no one in all these programs who've studied this stuff for years, people with much bigger brains than mine, knows the answer for sure.
I've talked to Navy folks that some of the deep sea areas, they think there might be something there, that they're here, and I don't know when they got here. Another point that needs to be made is every time, we say we're going to back engineer or whatever you want to call it, these craft, I always say, like, it'd be like if you took I ride motorcycles, but if you took like an Indian or a Harley to the people that came over here on the Mayflower, they'd see a bright, shiny object. They might polish it. They might get it started. I doubt they could. They couldn't work on it. They couldn't put fuel. They wouldn't be able to have the capability of putting fuel in it. I just think that's we're scratching at something that we don't have any knowledge of, and that's why it's just taken so dadgum long. But they do know, the first one that cracks that code, it's over. I mean, it's energy, it's power, it's everything. And I worry too that in the wrong hands that they do that, they keep it from the rest of us because they're so invested in whatever energy sources we have here that their billionaire buddies are going to profit, and they can't retool because they know once it's out on the internet, it's over. And so I think there's a lot of things going after it, and I think that's why the move to discredit folks is so rapid too. I think they point to them and they put the dogs on them, and it disgusts me.
There's a price to be paid for that too. The Russians and Chinese are trying to figure this out as well, but they don't have the same kind of stigma. They tell their best scientists and engineers, get in there and work on it. And they've been doing it for a very long time, might have a head start on us. Here, we don't have our best scientists and engineers working on it because they've been told it's nonsense. The stigma is very real for people like that.
I agree. Yield back, Chair Lady.
Thank you. Now I'd like to recognize Representative Burleson.
Mr. Nuccetelli, when you heard the testimony of Mr. Knapp talking about these missiles were shut down or turned on in Russia, does that remind you, when you hear these stories, it's got to remind you of the event that happened on your base?
Absolutely. There are many accounts of incursions of this type taking place. I believe in the 60s we had a similar incursion in New England, and same thing happened. There were these objects coming over the base at low altitude, 200 feet over the base security police, and they were scrambling fighters, and then the objects would just fly off, and that went on for weeks. So the historical record has laid out that there's a pattern, that our installations are visited by these craft. They come in and do whatever they're doing, and then they leave. And we don't know how to respond. We don't know how to protect the installation. So that's why we're here.
When you first heard, and we're having to report on these incidents that were being witnessed by other individuals, did you believe them? Did you yourself believe it would be true until you saw it?
Yeah, these are people I've worked with for years, deployed with. You know, I was in some of the weddings. These are people that I worked with every day of my life. Usually when the events were occurring, we were all together, you know. There'd be 40, 60, 100 people on duty during these encounters.
Really?
Yeah.
All seeing it at the same time?
Yes, these encounters were playing out while we were on duty, and we were responding and investigating in real time as they occurred.
And as you said, the importance of your operation was highly important because they said it's the most important in 25 years, the research that you were conducting.
For that particular launch, we had 500 Air Force police officers guarding the launch. 500 people. It was that critical.
Wow.
But had this thing showed up, we wouldn't have been able to do anything to prevent it showing up.
Real quickly, can you just re-describe size and whether or not you heard anything? It was, how big wise?
The two square objects were at least as large as a football field. The second encounter, they think it was much larger than a football field. We're talking like flying buildings. The object I saw was about 30 feet in diameter.
And to confirm, you were not the only person that saw this.
Correct.
I think I was also told that there was also reports of this in a police blotter in the area. Can you confirm that?
Yes, that's the documentation that I maintained from the original event and turned into AARO and the FBI.
Okay. Do you have any more, Burleson?
No, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate to the American people that if you're frustrated, so are we. We're extremely frustrated. We've been, the 2-3 years. I can only imagine how frustrated Mr. Knapp is or Danny Sheehan is, and the amount of time that you guys have poured into this to try to get answers. I mean, Musanne is back there. He's been pouring to try to get answers into this. I hope that you all see that we're committed to this, and we're going to be scrappy about it. We may not have the direct authority, but I can assure you, Representative Luna is about as scrappy as it gets. I wouldn't want to scrap with her. But that being said, I think that if the American people want to see answers, we need to action. We've had the hearings. It's time to take action. It's time that we pass Tim Burchett's Whistleblower Act. It's time that we pass the UAP Disclosure Act. And I think that we've had a lot of talk about this. It's time for action.
Thank you, Burleson. I would now like to yield 30 minutes to Representative Crockett.
I'll reserve.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Crockett for closing remarks.
I'll pass. No, I just want to say thank you so much to each and every one of you for being here today, for staying committed to this, and for your courage. I truly believe that courage is contagious, and right now we need more courage than ever, whether it's UAPs or whether we're dealing with any other form of government where people are afraid to come out and speak their truth. The American people are relying on amazing public servants like you to speak up on their behalf, to be the watchdog, and to make sure that we are as safe as possible. And so thank you so much again for conducting a bipartisan hearing on such an important matter.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize myself for some closing remarks. This is obviously something that doesn't just affect everyone in this room. I can tell you that specifically for where I represent in Pinellas County, Tampa Bay, and Florida as a whole, there's many sightings, many questions, people reporting this, but I'm not the only one. I was also told by Representative Biggs, as well as our great representative from Alaska, that these are not isolated instances, and so it does give us reasoning to provide investigative inquiry into these topics, but also too, I would also like Mr. Spielberger, if you could actually review and see if your organization would endorse the Whistleblower Protection Act that Representative Burchett has. I can tell you that I will be signing on to a letter, as well as I'm sure many other members of this task force, and we hope that the ranking chairwoman, or my colleague here, Representative Crockett, as well as our Democrats that were here today, consider also signing on to that, as we do feel that it is time to ensure that our whistleblowers are given adequate protections and that people like Mr. Borland are not facing retribution in the way that they have been. With that being said, With all that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, and which will be also forwarded to those witnesses. If there are no further business, without objection, I'd like to now recognize Representative Burchett for closing remarks.
I would just like to thank the ranking member and the chair lady for their courage. This is a tough issue. We all catch hell for it. And it's gratifying that we're here in a bipartisan nature and the way this meeting was conducted. And I want to thank y'all for your courage. Thank y'all. And
Without objection, the task force stands adjourned.
All right, everybody, there you have it. It's interesting because we've got all of Congress on our side. They want disclosure, and it's a question of, hey, Alan.
Hey, Zenka, I'm here in the
We're
hearing
on
room.
live. We are, yep.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. Let me reverse this camera here. Anyway, I thought it was a very substantial meeting, and I think it's important that this is happening. Let me just show you the scene here. That's Representative Luna leaving. This is one of the major whistleblowers. Very important. His testimony was major contribution to this. There's Sid trying to ask to come on, Guy, I'm sure. And let me go over. I want to go over to Jaimi Musanne and see what. Say
hello to him for me.
Yes, yeah, and George Knapp, and a lot of people still here. There's Jeremy Corbell. Hey, I'm going to ask Jeremy Corbell a question.
I'm coming to Vegas. Oh, you haven't identified.
Talk to him before he leaves.
Speaking, so I've seen you. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, he's a great dude.
Yeah, paid me bail money.
Hey, can I give you a copy of my book there?
Is it? I guess it's legal.
It's legal if you want it.
$50.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a gift. Yeah. Okay. Alan Simon, thanks for your work. Beautiful.
God bless you.
So important that you are standing up.
Okay. I really would. I'll take you to dinner
Hey,
someplace.
what'd you think of hearing today? When we get
Go somewhere.
I thought it was substantial.
Yeah, we did too, Alan.
Thank you, George.
Oops, I got it.
I'm a big fan. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
I'm a friend here. Also a major fan.
So,
But yeah. I'll have the order. I'm just going through. Anyway, what are you saying, Zenka?
so yeah, let us know when you get people there.
Okay, I'll let you know.
Actions. I think that's.
Otherwise, we agree with Alan, and we thought it was a very good committee. George Mack was certainly the star
of the program.
But all of them, all of them had something to add.
I asked Tara if she wants to comment because she's been watching the whole thing. Tara and
Yes, we appreciate your being there, Ellen. And also our observations are very substantial because we knew George Knapp from the 1980s.
Yeah.
And his instance of what the Soviets were doing is substantial also because the Soviets have remained publicly on a global scale regarding their program of encounters of the third and fourth kind. But that is going to be changing as we move forward with more substantial testimony.
Yeah, how was that? He mentioned a $5 billion budget and there being no accidents and who's around and who saw what. I really loved it. Wiggins.
I'm going to ask Danny if he thought it was substantial. Danny? Didn't you think it was a very substantial meeting here today? Pardon? Substantial, some good stuff.
Step in the right direction.
All right. All right. Hey, are you going to testify next year?
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'll communicate. Yeah, I'd love to see Robert Sala do it. I think that'll be
That's
very
Bob
good.
Sala.
Yeah.
Are you going to meet with Burleison? So you can meet with some of these people?
I'm going to meet with Burleson now.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, but it's going to take more than.
That's Robert Sala.
They need an operation that has teeth.
Okay. Anyway, back to you, Zenka. Oh, there's Tara.
Yes, thank you. We'll have Tara on as well.
I want to hear.
Go ahead and mute when you're not.
Yeah, I want to just hear some of the comments that the people watching, because I thought it was really, really substantial in moment. So, okay, I'll mute.
Yeah, perfect. So yeah, one of the things we'll be waiting for you, Alan, to come back on. Yeah, I really thought it was interesting that Wiggins talked about the lightning effect, how it smelled when the craft used the electromagnetics to pull away. I also, it seems that, as it unfolds and as more information comes apart, we're really seeing that we the people are now together with we the congressmen and women who are actually working to get this. And it was interesting, they said that usually the staffers are the ones blocking things. So this is kind of in deep in terms of like what gets obfuscated and how things get pushed around and silenced. Very interesting, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty deep.
It was such a unification too, bipartisan, both Democrats and Republicans on this committee to try to get to the bottom of all things. So I think it was a great gathering. Hopefully it is a step in the right direction. And yes, is that the ionization, you think, when he gets that smell like he was saying? I thought it was kind of ionization. I think they do use the magnetic fields. In fact, we're going to be talking about technology in an upcoming lecture, and I think they do use magnetic and electric fields to manipulate the field around them. But the vehicle itself
just get
travel. Yeah.
It's funny because they say that, but then they just keep going. Like it's the laws that get passed.
What'd you think, Jaime? What did you think of today's hearing?
Well, I'm happy because as the more you expose this subject in a serious way, the more people will receive it. I think still we have a long way to go because probably the most important issues were not discussed here.
What are the most important issues?
That the American government has craft, that they have bodies, that they know about this thing 80 years ago, and unfortunately we haven't been able to advance because the witnesses are too afraid. And they have not allowed Burleison to present a legal resource to make a law to protect them.
Right.
And that's the whole thing here.
Is it the American government or is it the Pentagon that is beyond the government?
Well, yeah, it's the military.
Yes.
It's the military.
So
it's unfortunate because it's going to happen anyway. It is just now that I think they want to win time, but because people knows that this is true. And sooner or later, probably a different country, a different important country like China or Russia or someone is going to accept this phenomenon.
And people in Mexico are much more open to this, aren't they?
Absolutely, because we have been able to expose very, very hard evidence, and that's important. That's something that sometimes doesn't happen here.
Good to see you again.
Okay.
I have my friend JJ Hurtak on the line there.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Congratulate you.
Hello, Jim.
Hey, Jaime, we want to congratulate you for your great work.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
So the one place that
You got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Borland was the one that talked about the UAP legacy retrieval program. So he is aware of it, but Jaime was absolutely right. that no one's really willing to come forth with this, not to mention bodies. I mean, when you say legacy retrieval, you think it's a crap. Other people have mentioned bodies, of course, that hasn't come out, unfortunately. You know, this is really, that's taking a step probably too far. The sad thing is that Burleson said he might not be able to get that bill in the next few weeks through the House. And that's really a shock. I'm sorry to have heard that. Maybe he was just trying to stimulate interest.
So this is important. Seeing all of these very special guests come together, realizing the challenges ahead for all of us. And Ellen, if you recall, May 1st of this year, there were Burleison, Luna, and very distinguished scientists gathered in Washington, D.C. to discuss no less than 4 extraterrestrial forms of species life, non-human intelligence.
Yeah, the reptilians, the Nordics, the Greys, and
the insectoid.
Insectoid.
And I remind you, those of you who are on the list of the panel, as well as those listening to the program, in 1979, I began to release this information from my work in Latin America and South America, especially that there was more than 4 basic species. And in the event in Washington, D.C. in 1995, I actually showed pictures of the 4 specimens. So this was put out publicly with Dr. Scott Jones under the auspices of one of the Rockefellers and leading scientists such as John Mack and others. But there was no public response of any significance. So it suggests, as our indigenous friends in South America and Africa tell us, the industrial North is asleep with its materialism. It doesn't recognize that the destruction of Mother Earth means the destruction of much of life as we know it.
Hey,
So
I think Tara wants to comment.
Contact.
Yes,
Sorry.
Tara, go ahead and give us some
Yes.
feedback from the.
Yeah, tell us what you learned.
Well, first, thank you so much, Drs. Hurtak, and thank you so much, Alan, for being there live on the scene, and for Zenka for hosting. Watching this really was something very moving to see Mr. Borland give his testimony and discuss the trouble that he's been through and the trouble that he's currently facing. My first thought is that I hope that the community rallies and is able to support him in some way for his valiant efforts. And also that there were so many bits of information that were discussed during this hearing that really point us, I believe, in the right direction towards clarity and truth. And for that, I'm just so grateful. And it seems that there's a big difference between last year's hearing in November of 2024 to this hearing, quite a big difference.
Just interrupt for a second. I just want to get James Fox's comment.
Oh, there he is. Hey, James.
The hearing was much better than I expected.
I thought it was
the
substantial.
evidence, the fact that they produced a couple of videos, they had firsthand witnesses. Yeah, it was really good.
I thought it was.
And Rush was here.
Yes,
Background.
yes. Are you connected to what's happening in behind the scenes here?
I asked a few questions and I got answers from Burleison that finally they managed to get Rush into a skip, and Rush provided the details needed to verify his claims, and they were like, yeah,
Right.
good stuff.
Just ask Leslie. Keane.
Names and so on. Very impressive.
Leslie, it's all your fault, Leslie, for bringing it out. Good to see you. Any comments on today's hearing?
I thought it was great.
I thought it was
So
great
glad to
too.
have it.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Good to see you again.
I know. I know how to say that.
This is the guy from Seoul. Hey,
Peter Scott.
he, right?
Not right.
Yeah.
From Seoul.
Yeah. Do you mind if we?
No, sure, I was just saying hi. No, sure, just saying hi. Yeah, okay. Anyway, go ahead, Tara. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Alan. So just saying that there's such a big difference between November 2024 and this hearing. Something that really stood out for me last year was when Nancy Mace had asked AARO if they needed more funding to protect whistleblowers, as if, that were going to be something that would prevent AARO from either, being involved in the harassment, or it would allow them to protect them further, considering that their budget is already probably quite large, and maybe really where that black box funding is going to. So to see everybody really dialed in, and kind of understanding the landscape of this space more deeply, and asking penetrating questions, even if they couldn't get the answers, to get those questions on the record was quite something. So it was really a big step forward, and it's a beautiful moment in time also to see George Knapp honored in this way and his work acknowledged, because it's about time. And I'm glad that he was able to experience this in his lifetime. And by the way, I wish they would let him speak a little bit more. I understand that, things move quickly, but I, for one, would have liked to have heard George speak a little bit more at length during the hearings.
Well, I think he definitely was the star of the show. So that was great, even though we appreciate all the other people because they're the ones really risking their careers. But George has been in it for so long and talking about it. He just did a brilliant job and got to explain to people, what has been the problems, where's the limitations. And we would just also say, in terms of why disclosure hasn't come, not only because it's been 80 years of information, even more than that technically, but also the fact that it's a complicated system. When they say that there's a red square, and then they say there's a flying saucer, then they say that there's, we'll say equilateral triangles, maybe some are ours, some are not. But it just shows it's not all one model. There's different alien intelligences, we believe, visiting the planet. And that's also difficult for anybody at this point to grasp.
But the bottom line is the ontology of fear versus the ontology of hope. This is your great work, Tara. If people do not have the higher consciousness to see hope in the future, there's no future. People have to be able to go across the technical hurdles and recognize that we are all citizen diplomats. It will not be the official government bureaucrats who will decide. No, the average guy or woman in the street, in the farmlands, or in the outback will have to come to a realization as the indigenous people that we're a part of a much greater cosmic evolution, and that we have to take responsibility of growing up.
But I have to say the one last other reason, and I think George made it very clear, technology is another reason why this has not been released. There's a challenge between us and the Russians. It always has been. There's technology we have in terms of even bodies and craft, and they probably have the same back engineered information now in the hands of mostly large corporations like Lockheed or something else, as he's mentioned. This is really also the real reason. And how many people would be under the bus if this got released after so many years? It's going to be an amazing thing. I think it's going to happen. Maybe not this year, but it's going to happen.
We're very thankful, Tara. We're very thankful, Ellen, Zenka, and our team, because it's the teamwork that counts. It's not the bureaucrats. It's not the so-called information sources up and by themselves. It requires a sociology of futurism, a psychology of hope, a theology that is global and universal in scope and hope. So we thank you for this opportunity to chime in with you.
Zenka, come on board. What did you feel?
Well, I was just going to comment on what Dr. Tara had said about the AARO and how that is now, that was a big hope and it didn't really work out, right? So there's this pushback that's happening within the industry, because this isn't just a congressional thing. This is like you just mentioned right now, this is lives on the line. This is, oh crap, what do we do with all the tech that we have? This is who owns what. This is what career. This is I silence this. This is a whole lot of probably deaths and weird things that happen, right? This has got to be worked out, this whole witness situation. Unless we just have straight disclose, until we just have a straight visitation that everyone sees and everything like that. So that could get us past this point. But I think it was really great that Senator Luna said that she wanted to get back with Kirkpatrick, the guy that runs the AARO, and call him in for questioning and find out a little bit what the breakdown was. So again, I also appreciate the fact that the witnesses were very These aren't gung-ho UFO enthusiasts like a lot of our friends are. These are reserved people, like, I don't really know what's going on, but I'd like us to be more open about it kind of people. And I think that played well to people that are on the other side of this, that are skeptical. So I really liked how grounded I felt that most of the witnesses were, and the Congress people as well. There was a little bit of a testiness in them, like an exhaustion of, wow, we have to keep doing this. But I think right now we have a climate of this can't go on much longer. What are we gonna do? Right? So we're already in the, oh gosh, what are we gonna do phase? And I think that one of the calls that one of the witnesses said was to fund independent research. So I think that's interesting. That's where the Soul Foundation is coming in, and other people, the academics, the global people. So I think that'll be interesting if that ends up happening more. And again, back to Danny Sheehan's comments. Danny Sheehan said at the very beginning of this thing, look, this is a test of democracy. How much pressure is it going to take for this all to come out? And so I think we're a testament today by all you guys watching, liking, sharing, putting the pressure on, continuing to put the pressure in these conversations, whether it's on Joe Rogan or whether it's on your podcast or whether it's in the paper or whatever else. So these conversations are, hey, what happened? What money was spent? How does this work? And things like that.
Right. Well, you have like Moskowitz, who was saying, why are we doing this all the time? Why doesn't this information just come out? Thank goodness for people like him. But then you have Tara, come on back, because you actually have this ontological shock that you've written about that people may experience in some cases. And I know there's an old movie in France called Valle Soul, and it was like the whole town was against this guy that saw a UFO because no one could grasp it. Go ahead, give us some of your psychological feedback.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hurtak. So what I think we saw here was a diversity in acceptance of the phenomena, right? There were some people who were a little bit more guarded and had said, well, if the phenomena is true, et cetera. And then there are people who are quite certain. And so I think that as a whole, the tide has risen, though. And I think everybody, as Zenka was saying, is more on board than they were. But this is it's so difficult to ontologically grasp. And so what I think that is becoming more and more clear is that it's not just the shock that ETs are real. I think at this point, the idea that ETs are real has really penetrated the collective consciousness, but it's now the ontological shock of what the government systems have been up to. So it's hiding information about technology, potentially genetics. I mean, really, it can span all of the sciences in terms of what information has been hidden, and that is quite shocking. When we were at Soul Symposium, so Tim Spenny, who's on the call, and Zenka, who's on the call, we were at Soul Symposium in 2024, and Eric W. Davis, who is a physicist, sat on the stage, and he was discussing which presidents were briefed about the phenomena and to what degree. And that was ontologically shocking. So Kirk McConnell, who's a senator, was on the stage as well. And you could feel the shock coming off of him that the president wasn't where the buck stopped in terms of the amount of information being shared. Who then is sharing this information? Who decides what to tell the president and when? Are they U.S. citizens? Are they not U.S. citizens? Are they human? Are they not human? There are so many options here, and that is quite shocking, to say the least. And so it's very important that we, I think, take our own pulse as we get exposed to this information, and we seek community and support and resources. So one resource that I put out is on a website called ontologicalhope.org. whistleblower.com, and the password is all capitals HOPE. And this is information about how we can help ourselves and help one another to cope with shocking information. And Dr. Hurtak contributed along with Dr. Thomas Brophy, who's the president of IONS, and also Timothy Shields, who's an author in the consciousness space. So there's a lot more to come, I think, in writing and working in this area as new truths come to light. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well said.
Well, actually, in 2023, of course, you had David Grush, but in 2024, these are the hearings, you had Lou Elizondo, and I think he also kept saying, how come we can't get this information? And we believe, actually, I think President Clinton really didn't have all the information about UFOs. I think from him on, probably a lot of that information was not given.
I remember back in 1977, I was on an ABC affiliate in San Francisco, and I was going to answer a question: when is the newly elected Jimmy Carter going to release the information? And everybody was hopeful at the time, but then it came out later that his claim was discounted, that he saw not a UFO, but Venus, which showed the presidential powers, no matter how positive, were curtailed by those in the deep state. So
and he knew he didn't see Venus. He just let it go because it was an early on. In fact, Reagan, we talked about this in some of our talks. Reagan, actually, when he was a governor, he was flying from around Bakersfield, California, down to LA. And he also encountered a UFO. And he didn't talk about it when he was president. I mean, that was just, one thing not to talk about, even though he clearly talked about it with his associates, his friends, even people like Shirley MacLaine and Lucille Ball. Actually, he talked about it to all of them. So
we knew them privately, they said, in a happy way. We had hoped that Reagan would be able to do some things, which he didn't, of course. So we're recognizing that the situation, not so much with the American government in our worldwide field studies, but all major governments have taken a silence because we believe that the interesting facial forms of some of these insectoids is so grotesque, the governments are afraid that there would be a psychological shock. We believe there are other forms like us that outnumber the negatives, and we need a positive psychology.
Yeah, and just in terms of presidents, who's going to be the first disclosure president, regardless of who's in right now, I think we are at the time, at least in the next 3 years, that this will have to come out. And as Zenka said, whether it's because the government releases it or they land on the White House lawn and then no one can deny it. Those are our options. But we do feel they're kind of watching us. It's nice to have the freedom to make our own decisions, which direction we're going, how we're going. So there's pros and cons about them not being here right now. Although, they are sharing technology. And so if we can use that properly, but as you know, from your own research, Tara, that, positive things, any good thing can be misused. That's the sad situation. So it really is up to us. I think it's up to all of us how our planet goes in the next year or 2 or 3 years. And then, I think even many astronauts even said this, that if Gordon Cooper, a good friend of ours, said this, that if we can put away our weapons of war and be peaceful people, they would come and greet us, and right now, it's not possible.
So what's the strategy? What's the strategy? Is citizen diplomats, each one of us feeling empowered through understanding, through compassion, through looking at the big picture, realizing that we have to come up with these decisions. And as we begin to do this through the different cultures and different traditions, we realize the divine sparks with understanding works within all of us. Together, the divine sparks, according to the ancient prophets, give us, as it were, the opening threshold, the gates of the heavens, the Sharia Ra, according to the scholars, the mystics, the poets. So the dream is a reality if we can bring it down to practical responsibility. This is our hope, that there will be enough in the Congress, not only here, but in other governments, to open the door to sensible conversation. Hope, a psychology of hope, a sociology of compassion, a spirituality of unity.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
Alan's
that was
back.
beautiful, Dr. Hurtak. Alan's unmuted.
I'm going to see if I can get an interview with Burleson.
Great.
Okay. Very good to you.
Well, I think it's, I'm very transparent, so, I'm willing to be, but being transparent means you gotta be willing to be wrong. Yep. They're lying about something, it's just what it is. Yeah, we all know they are of interest, so we appreciate it. About like angels.
Yeah. What was,
Just out of curiosity, because you went into a skiff with Brunch. He revealed the details needed to verify some of his claims. If you had revealed some of those details today in front of everybody else in this open congressional hearings, would you have repercussions?
I don't know. We'd have to, if it threatens national security, potentially.
What would happen to you?
I don't know. It's not been tested, so I do not know. That's something that our team has been working with some legal experts to identify where the line is.
Okay, yeah, I see with the frustration,
Yeah.
the general public are like, oh,
Yeah, we generally have speech and debate clause, so we have the ability to say generally what we want with immunity, as long as we're doing it in an official capacity. But that has not been tested. Thank you, guys.
did you say the UAP amendment did not pass the House?
It did not, it was not even allowed to get on as an amendment.
So it's not going to be in this.
It wasn't even
NDA.
considered by the Rules Committee to be allowed to even be voted upon the floor.
So it can't be passed this year, you're saying?
Not from the House. The only chance that we have is if they add it on the Senate and then they keep it and we keep it on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for your work. Okay. Right, that's the guy who's really
Yeah,
behind.
that's really sad. I know. I heard him say that and it's shocking.
I got to check, it's online. This is a live.
oh, is this live?
I'll send it to you. This,
Hi, James.
I'm filming this. This is, people are saying here, hi.
But you are filming it.
I am filming
Okay,
it,
good
yeah.
quality.
Here, these people are online with
Okay,
that.
okay, awesome.
Who's
Okay,
that? You see,
yeah.
Jay Hurtak,
Yeah,
Zenka, remember
yes, of
Zenka?
course.
Tara, who
Yes,
had lunch with,
yes.
that contacted
Tara.
Tim there.
With the beautiful dress.
Yes, yes.
That's great. Thank you.
Any comments? Any comments about that UAP amendment not passing?
Well, it's super frustrating, right? Because there's nothing to hide, just pass it.
Right, so,
That's super frustrating, but very interesting today that I found out that Burleson did get into a skiff with Brush.
what does that mean?
That means he got the details needed to verify Brush's claims, and he said it was quite sobering.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he
And
said, yeah, so,
Isn't Grush working for him now?
yes,
Grush
Yes.
is working for him.
yeah, sorry. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you got it, yeah, really, yeah, anyway, bye, everybody.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all I have to report. I'm gonna see, but you can talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back.
I'm just pondering a lot this weekend as I interviewed a gentleman who found alien artifacts down in Mexico over the course of the last like 15 years or so. And
Michoacan.
No,
and he believes that
Yeah.
that the Vatican has the rest of all of the things to decipher everything. So I just want to put into context, you've got Linda Moulton Howe saying that ETs were not only just arriving here, but they've been part of our genetic evolution. So it's interesting because they call this the secret among different, in the industry or whatever, right? So it's interesting how here we are clamoring on the sidelines when this is such a massive it's kind of a big deal, right? Like huge thousands of years old kind of big deal to get this into common knowledge of when it was put away in the basement of the Vatican and everywhere else, right? So it's very interesting, but I also want to just tell everyone, he talked about diplomats, and from my understanding is that now this is channeled information from an autistic boy, but he believes that 37,000 people have had waking direct contact with ETs that have waking and can remember the next day. So he said most of those are military, but not all of them. Okay. So again, it is my understanding that starting in November, in 2 months from now, there will be more face-to-face waking, remembering experiences that people watching this call are going to be having. And you will be considered diplomats as this all unfolds. So it's just something to think about. It's something to put yourself in that situations and those experiences, and to get your consciousness ready if you're one of those people.
Yeah, and Alan in his book, Making Contact, there's a statement that if you've seen a UFO, you are quantumly entangled with that UFO. And that's kind of what you're saying, whether, I don't know if these 37,000 people have actually seen something or just somehow have a more connection than the rest of the people do. I do believe that people have had contact on many levels, but we also feel, when you were talking about genetics, that we exist in outer space. I think that's the shocking thing for a lot of people. When you do hear people from, say, Arcturus or the Pleiades, you go back to the Egyptian mythology, they were similar, if not almost exactly, to us. So we do feel that we're a species amongst many species that exist out in the universe. And so, yes, we can communicate to our higher consciousness, which is something that you and Alan have done many times with remote viewing work. And so it's exciting to know that this contact is coming. We actually think that even the magnetic field shifting, especially over the South Atlantic anomaly, if you're familiar with that, and other things, is increasing our ability to be in contact. So that's another interesting thing. And that's why they're also coming here.
Yeah,
So
and I just want to...
We're going to be releasing a lot of documents with the field research we've done with sociologists, shamans, artists in Africa and Asia, Australia, and South America in the coming year. I think it's up to us to recognize that there's a science dealing with UAPs. There's a whole understanding of psychology, also just as important, dealing with remote viewing, remote sensing that Alan Steinfeld represents. And we with him and others are putting out several textbooks that have been used by top scientists at Stanford Research Institute. So the blending really of the past, present with the future gives us hope that a younger generation will have greater courage and greater responsibility, not to go backwards, but to go forwards.
And Alan, we want to thank you for being there, being our guide, being...
Right, thank you. I want to know what Ian thought of today's hearing.
Hey, Ian,
Yeah, great. Thanks for bringing me in. Yeah, hi Zenka, hi to the Hurtaks. Great to see you all on here, and Tara as well. I've enjoyed following you, Alan, and I actually gave you a shout out during Rich's presentation as well, as we were covering that, because you did an excellent report there and an excellent interview with Danny Sheehan and Steve Basset leading up to it. So that was good, setting the groundwork.
Anything substantial you heard today, Ian? Because you've been around a long time.
Yeah. Here's the thing. This is the first time we got to hearing people talking about actually being part of the legacy programs, and you know, the new guy on the block, Borland, delivered an emotional, let's say it was emotional feeling, and that was felt. The shockwaves of that, I think, are going to reverberate around the world. That actually brings this home, that people can suffer these intimidations and consequences of speaking out. So that's why the focus has to be at the moment, this present moment in time, on the protection of whistleblowers. Hopefully, then we can bring more people forward. We've also got the subpoenas. Maybe it is going to have to be the way to go to get people subpoenaed in here. Also interesting to hear Luna called out Kirkpatrick as a documented liar, I think was the phrase that was used there. Yeah, we got a big wow from that one. So, you know, that was good. Now, here's the other thing. Two of those witnesses, we've still got witnesses who are witnesses to, let's just say, effectively lights in the sky or images on screens. This we've always wanted first-hand witnesses who were in the legacy program, who actually saw and touched the craft, saw and touched the bodies, and were involved in a much deeper level. Well, we got this in effect. We got some of that from Borland, that there's this legacy program stuff, and that garnered the interest. We did hear mention about crash retrievals. That's a phrase that we don't often hear in these congressional hearings. Crash retrievals is the phrase that came out. We've not heard yet about abductions and animal mutilations, although one of the witnesses did say, and it's interesting to note as well, we've got two people in the US military in security, again mirroring the stuff that's happened previously at the ICM bases and the bases for Rendlesham, etc. But interesting that two of those witnesses, one of them did mention abductions, and he said, I called it in to find out, the Vandenberg one, to find out if anyone was abducted. Now,
that was really interesting, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, and I wanted to know, did Borland make a report, and what happened with that? Maybe I missed something there, but that's going to be need to be looked into. Borland, there's not a whole lot of information out there on the net, but we do know that he comes with impressive credentials. He worked for 3 years for the Air Force as geospatial intelligence analyst, 4 years for BAE Systems, and that's an aerospace company. I actually did some contract work with them, but I was working for Hewlett Packard, and an intelligence analyst, and 6 years for Intrepid Solutions and Services, which I think is a private organization. He also said certain things. His phrase was, I can tell you in a skiff. Let's hope there's a skiff meeting. And I predict he's the next big name on the block doing the podcast circuit, the YouTube circuit, possibly with Ross, I would say, as a big go-to. That's going to put him front and center in this, keep this alive and keep it going. But here's the other thing. I think Borland's experience, and I'm echoing what the Hurtaks had just said just now, and what Zenka just said about all these people who, they're not casual observers to a UFO event. If you see the craft, you're close up, in my opinion, you are part of the event. And I think there are some tells in there of what Borland said, just on what I picked up after I've spoken to many people who have had abduction scenarios, that Borland may well have had an abduction. And I would say that as well.
Yeah.
We may well have the first eyewitness, the Vandenberg witness, Nuccetelli. He also was possibly a candidate for an abduction. So let's hope that they can look for some regression and bring that forward. There we go.
That's great. Thank you, Ian. Wow, that is a great overview. I want to ask Tim Spenny, anything you heard here today change or modify what your depth of research has revealed to you, Tim?
I think that this is just really encouraging to see this type of coverage about this topic. I feel the same way that the Drs. Hurtak do, that there's a shift and inevitable change coming, and this is a part of that change overall. And I'm really, really just want to say how grateful I am to be part of this community, and Tara plucking me out of obscurity in my backyard meditations to be part of such a great, safe community who thinks deeply about this topic. So, that's sort of my overarching thoughts, but, there was a lot that was really discussed today. There's a new video that was released, although that video is much like the other videos where it's not like this clear image of something, that's undeniable. It's this radar type video. It really seemed that the focus was on providing protections for whistleblowers. So hopefully that is foreshadowing that more whistleblowers could come out if the protections were stronger. I think that, I was driving my kids to school this morning, so I was listening and not watching, but there was the person who's active duty right now. Was that Borland that's active duty?
Wiggins.
Wiggins. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't discern. So his voice sounded like he was very nervous and still very scared. And the fact that he said that, he was on unemployment and this other thing, hopefully the community takes care of him. I hope I'm not conflating two different.
Yeah, you're conflating.
No, that's what he said. Yeah, you're right.
No, Borland is the one that's on unemployment. Wiggins is the one who's in active duty right now. He was the one that has seen twice. He didn't mention the 2019, but the 2019 and 2023 Tic Tacs. Now there was original 2004 Tic Tac. So that was also, I think, confusing for one of the senators. So the original Tic Tac was 2004. The one that Wiggins saw was I think it's 2023. Yes. So that's interesting to know. February 2023. But he doesn't consider himself a whistleblower. He considers himself a witness. Now, the guy, Borland, is the guy who was stressed because he is out of a job and last stages of unemployment. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I'll just wrap up. I mean, I also thought that it was interesting that so many names were mentioned, out loud to Congress, like Bob Lazar, like Jaimi Musanne, and others that are doing really, really good work. And it just feels like some of this, sort of hidden or obfuscated, researchers and information is really being legitimized, especially George and all the work that he's done for so many years. So I don't know. I tend to be overly positive with rosy glasses. So here I am again, sort of thinking this was great. I know it wasn't probably everything that everybody thought that it would be, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. And I thought what James Fox shared at the end about Grush being in the skiff and Grush being in the background was really interesting. And Alan, I just want to say I love your eyewitness reporting. I'm so glad you're there. I wish I could be there with you. I was telling my kids out driving to school, they're like, "What are you listening to, Dad?" And I'm like, "Well, there's this thing, and I wish I could be there, but I'm just going to listen."
It would be great to have you here. There weren't that many people waiting online, and great to share this with the community. And thanks, Tim, and thank you all. I may sign off. I did want to hear what Joanne would say, but I've been up since 6 in the morning, trying to get ready and be here and get online and serve and thank you, Zenka, and I guess the Hurtak song. But yeah, Joanne, did you share anything yet? Because
I just got to add one thing, and I was doing it on our actual WhatsApp group, is tracking the use of the word they, someone, and then there was the question, and I think it went to a skiff, it was to Borland, about the organizational structure of the executive branch. So I would have liked to have seen, but I think it took it another step, of identifying and trying to deconstruct the extreme complexity of the they. And then what was it? The other thing, I think we exchanged it, Tara, in the group chat. There's another one called, I was looking at different references of how they're referencing whatever this complexity is, this block, of just figuring out and getting to the root of that and then following with the subpoenas. But did I hear correctly that Borland did answer that question, that he said I can answer it in a skiff?
maybe. I just actually, I don't know, but I want to just say from the U.S. Capitol, I have to say, thank you everyone for tuning in, but continue, Zenka, if you want. This is just, here we are at the U.S. Capitol building.
Wow.
Historic moment in UFO history and world history and the history of civilization. Thank you. Thank you all for being there. And Alan Steinfeld on the job there. Okay. See you guys.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, Alan. You did a great job.
This is amazing.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alan.
Okay. See you guys soon.
Bye, Alan.
Bye, Alan.
Thanks, Zenka. Thank you for co-hosting. Bye. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Zenka.
Yeah, maybe some final words from everyone and we'll just wrap it up.
Yeah,
I'd like to jump in with a question. So Dr. Hurtak was saying earlier that what we need is a psychology of hope, a sociology of compassion, and then Alan unmuted during something very profound.
Spirituality of unity. I love that.
Spirituality of unity. That's exactly what it is. A psychology of hope, a sociology of compassion, and a spirituality of unity. I mean, that just encapsulates it all, doesn't it? It really does. So beautiful. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Hurtak. and for Joanne.
Thank you, all of you. And this is just the beginning of our teamwork together. So we're going to go to new heights, new documents. I'm going to, with Desiree's help, of course, release a lot of film documents of our field research in Africa and South America. So this is just the beginning of moving perhaps out of the official political phase into the popular side of where a citizen from A to Z is going to be able to speak with a sense of hope, knowing that people have paid the price and are sharing enough information to show that we have a positive future. Let us not lose the impulse of the quantum leap, as it were, with astronaut Gordon Cooper when he wrote his book, Leap of Faith, to realize we do have a future. We are part of cosmic civilization, and the naysayers will not lose. We will win as we keep the dream of unity alive.
And I just want to say I was amazed because Borland actually, he was having sightings at Langley, which is an amazing, very powerful Air Force base. And then you have Nuccetelli, who was at Vandenberg, another very powerful Air Force base. These are literally top notch, not to mention Robert Sala being there from Malmstrom Air Force Base in the far past. And then actually, of course, for Tara, that the chief Wiggins, most of the boats he was in were right by San Clemente, or I'll call it in general, San Diego. So I think you guys are living in a very special area. And some people even think that there might be a base. I think they may be helping with the fault line. I think they better keep going because it's like building up energy. So, these are all important things. I think they're positive energies that are helping our planet. That's the great thing, and we should recognize them.
Thank you so much. Tim and Joanne, do you have any final closing thoughts before I close this up?
Yeah, I just want to say with all my heart is what a time to be alive, incarnated on this planet, this beloved planet Earth, and to be of the blessing and the boon, the spiritual boon of being so awakened interdimensionally to track it at this level. And then I love it to get into action, as Burleison said, but to find our own role with our gifts and talents in service to this awakening and people of Earth. There's a lot. And I love this track of the ontological hope that we can be the ambassadors and diplomats, and but whatever other name we would self-identify as, to help lead us through this guide, counsel, steward, just nurture this piece so that we can meet this moment of becoming part of our galactic family. Yeah,
Tim, any final thoughts?
I just want to say thank everyone for getting together. I really just appreciate having this group to be able to share this experience with. And Joanne, I completely agree with you. And for everyone that's on the call, I am working on a project with Eduardo Mace. So I reached out. I'll be reaching out to each one of you to talk about this project because it's a way to contribute and give back. It's building on the trivia game that I was working on, but now has taken a much more serious tone. So I'll sort of leave that teaser out there, but would love to talk with you individually about this project and letting you know what I'm doing to try to contribute to the shift. So appreciate that.
And just to kind of back up saying to that, Eduardo Mace and Tim have the perfect background to be really working on this project that I think will end up being, and already is, a very meaningful contribution to this space. So I just want to thank Tim and Eduardo both for their work and dedication. Even though it's still a little bit mysterious as to what it is, I can assure you that it's going to be, and already is, something very meaningful. And I personally very much appreciate it, as does the community.
Sharon, Ian, final thoughts here? Anything before I close? Okay.
I just want to say
I'd like-
thank you as well to everybody. So that's me as well. You know, we're in the UK here. I watched it with other people here. Amazing that you've put this together again, Zenka and Alan. Sterling work. You know, boots on the ground there from Alan and you, Zenka, and Tara, and everyone who's worked to pull this together. And it's so important. This is the as Steve says, and everyone else agrees as well. This is the biggest thing facing humanity, and it changes everything. And to be part of history with you guys, you know, it's amazing to be here and part of it. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Well done.
It really is. And just to add that the word consciousness was mentioned in this hearing, right? That was very exciting. And for those of us who know, you know, we know. But to put that little Easter egg out there, a teaser for the public, I think is really exciting. And some dots are going to be connected in the coming weeks and months, I'm sure. So that was a very exciting moment, and to be with you for all of that, just incredible.
Thank you, everyone, for joining. It's a big honor to be here with Dr. Desiree and JJ Hurtak, who spent their whole lives working on this and forwarding this great information. So I am also very encouraged that we're starting to understand this as a consciousness phenomenon, interdimensional. We can't explain time and space. That was said here in Congress. So we've understood the breadth of this phenomenon and this story. And as Tara said just right now, you know, this is about hope. And that's why they said courage 7 times before we ended. So this is a wave created by you. So thank you, all of you guys, for creating the wave, for the Hurtaks, for all of that they've published. We are going to move this wave forward, and then as we arrive to our own higher consciousness of compassion and hope and unity, right? So here we go. Next chapter, we've got another hearing. You know, they didn't happen for 70 years, 50 years, and now they're happening every couple years or every year now. So let's keep it going. Thank you so much for joining. Hit a like, share this video out.